Going to go into YouTube and bring up the other side of the pavement. Make sure we hit live and stream. Everything seems to be going good then. Everything seems to be going good. We're going into our second game of the day. And first of all, we're going to be touching base with starting lineups here pretty soon. Oh yes, but welcome in, welcome back. Got another game going, and as you can see, that is the banner. I'm going to come on screen in a couple of seconds here. Just give me 2 seconds. And I tell you, just want to check on the audio. Everything seems to be going beautiful. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I like it when things come off. Coming on screen here in 2 seconds, guys. Give me a second. I hope you're getting ready for Canada and Tunisia. My second game of the day. I'm going to say hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello to you. How you doing? Getting ready for the second game? Thank you so much for everybody in the match just finished, because, wow. Bosnia-Herzegovina going to the World Cup. I'm going to show you the new World Cup for Canada. Yes, get ready. Group B looks like this right now on your screens. Right now. Coming up to you. Take a look. Group B, there's all the games down below. Take a look at the games as we're getting ready for this game. I'm looking at the scenes down there at BMO Field right now. It's going to be a lovely day. We're going to get into the starting lineups here pretty soon, my way. But there's the group. There is the group. I tell you, it's going to be interesting. First game of the World Cup for Canada and for Bosnia-Herzegovina is June 12th at BMO Field. And then you can see the other 2 games. Qatar on June 18th in Vancouver, and then it's Canada taking on Switzerland, which might be a real tough one. Coming up on the 24th, Leonardo, my brother, how you doing? Just coming back off screen for a second here, guys. Back off screen, absolutely. Leonardo, my brother, how you doing? Hello, well, let's keep going. Bad for Italy, good for Bosnia. Absolutely, mate, absolutely. I mean, Bosnia, fantastic day for them, guys. It really is. And as you say, let's hope, just a second, get this bigger. Yeah, you go. Let's hope Canada makes an amazing game. I want goals. Yes, so do I. And I want a better performance than the last match. If you watched the last match, everybody, we didn't really do ourselves any justice in the first half. Second half, yes, 2 penalties, got the tie, saved our asses, saved the red faces, and a somewhat lackluster first half performance got better in the second half. This needs to get better. I'm going to throw this to you, everybody listening. We need to put in performances before the World Cup. We've only got 3 to go, and then we're in the World Cup. We already know, first game of the World Cup, Bosnia-Herzegovina taking out Italia today. Penalty shootout. Yeah. Sweden's going as well. Yeah. Turkey's going as well. Big teams going to the World Cup. Big teams missing out. But let's look at the lineups right now. So take a look at the lineups for you as we go through, and we will see what we're batting up against. Give me 1 second, guys. Looking for the lineups. There we go. Bringing the lineups right now on screen. Thank you very much. There you go. Take a look. There's your lineups on screen looking at you right now. We're going to talk through the lineups as we go. We got another 11 minutes before kickoff, roughly. What I want to do, like I say, get things ready. We're going to look at the lineups, like I said. Looking at the lineups first, we're going to start with Tunisia, to be fair. Yeah, we want to be nice people and take care of those guys first of all. So Tunisia, Chambek, Mafati, Allah Gram, Omar Rekik, Ali Abdi, Elves Skiri, Rani Hedira, Amis Beni Slemani, Ilyas Saad, Saif Latif, and Ben Fahad. A team that's got professionalism built throughout. They've also got what you would say a massive amount of work rate. They don't give up, they don't stop, they don't drop, they don't flop. They keep going all the way through, and they won't give you a second's peace. They're going to hound Canada for the rest of the match. Looking at Canadian starting lineup. Take a look at that. Maxime Croupeau in the net tonight. I'm glad to see that. Nico Seeger, Parizo getting a start out. Interesting to see Jesse War. Jesse is really warming up to the new recruits. Joel Waterman's in there as well. Richie Larea, love Richie. Everything about Richie, I love it. Kone's back in the lineup. Saliba's back in again. Liam Miller's getting the start. And Flores, with his red dreads, is in from the start. Jonathan David and Tani Al-Usai up front as well. Canada Soccer did say that Tani was leading the line. Tani does not lead this Canadian line. Not in a million years. He hasn't been here long enough. He hasn't done anything. Tani does not lead this line. Canadian Soccer, I don't know what you're talking about. But Jonathan David leads the line. No doubt about it. I mean, Tani Al-Usai, yeah, not warmed up to him yet. I don't think he's the guy. He's another, you want to say it, Kyle Loring kind of style player. But hey, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Getting down on the pitch now. Let's have a look at what's happening. Any news from around the field? Czech Republic. Doesn't matter what website you're going on. It says Czechia or Czech Republic. You got to say Czechia, Czech Republic. Turkey have gone through. Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Sweden have gone through. Those are your 4 teams from UEFA getting through to the World Cup right now. And I showed you the Group B lineup as we're going through. This match tonight, got to say, we need to look in for a performance. Excuse me, one time. Oh, who doesn't love a cup of tea on a hot summer's day? Well, it's not summer and it's not hot, but that tea is, and I'm loving it. But looking at that game earlier today, I got to say, Italy, unfortunately, done by the red card. We all saw that. Sweden, getting it done. Denmark were close. But it all comes down to the end of 90 minutes plus. You're either going to get the game done in 90 minutes or it's extra time. This game tonight, what's on this one? Nothing's on it, but a performance needs to be had. And like I say, Canada moving now to the World Cup, we need to cement performances. Do you call time on recruits? Is this the last game to call time on recruits? How many more games does Jesse Marsh want to use on recruits? Finding out who's the next winger, finding out who's the next defender, the next keeper, all of that sort of stuff. When is it time? I think right now it's gone past time. I think these games should not be to select someone coming through. These games should be to mature the team into peak form, ready for that first game. And it didn't matter. It didn't matter who that first game was against. What matters is that we're ready to take on whoever is in that first match. Categorically, if you're trying out, guys, you're not going to get your top team. If you keep trying out, guys, you're not oiling that machine into place. You'll literally arrive on the first game not prepared. That's the major worry that I have for Canada, that we're not prepared for game one. I don't mind a lot of what Jesse Marsh does, but I don't agree with everything he does. And I think sometimes playing with the pieces of the puzzle can lead to a bad day. Like I say, it's time now to cull the new recruits and all the new guys coming through. You've had how long in the job? You knew we were going to a World Cup how long ago? When you got the job, you knew. So you can't keep testing and testing and testing, because all you're doing is you're losing the synchronicity, the timing, the blind passes. I can see you running down the wing. I just had it over my head. I know you're there. All this chemistry that Canada really did garner going through the World Cup, out through the World Cup, into 2023, into 2024, etc., that form dipped. And since then, we've been literally testing people out in different places, even bringing in Arabin Pepple. I will tell you now, anybody that thinks Arabin Pepple is good enough to play for Team Canada, I don't know where you get that from. The World Cup is not third-tier football. Pepple is playing with Plymouth Argyle, third-team football, League One in England. He's doing okay there, but he didn't do well in the Championship in Scotland. He didn't do well anywhere else in all the time he's been in the UK since he left Cavalry FC. That was an aberration with the 6 goals in 7 matches for Cavalry FC 3 years ago. that got him to Luton, that took him up to Scotland, that took him back down to Bromley in the UK, that's taken him over to Plymouth Argyle, transferred. But he is not, categorically not, an international striker for my money. So again, it's time to stop testing new blood. It's time to put the guys in there that have done the job for you. Amakoric in Bosnia. Gratulira. Welcome. Yeah. Welcome. Dosma. Welcome, my friend. Bosnia did a fantastic number today on the Italians. You should be so proud of that. And I'm looking forward to playing you guys in the first game. But I will tell you, anybody thinking that Canada's got an easy game against Bosnia and Herzegovina, think again. Think again. What they just did to Italy, they also did to Wales. They did to two teams way higher in the rankings, FIFA rankings, than themselves. And Canada is higher in the rankings than Bosnia and Herzegovina, or should I say, Amakoric, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Herzegovina. Yeah. Well done, my friend. I am not taking you for granted. I think there's going to be a big match. I would not be surprised if Bosnia-Herzegovina get out of Group B. Wouldn't be surprised. They may not win it, but I tell you what, they're coming with guts, and they're coming with balls, and they're coming with strength, but they're coming with commitment. Not superstars. Yes, I know, Edin Dzeko, I get it. But they're coming with a team. We need to be very careful. We take them for granted. I'm quite sure the Bosniaks can get at least a draw in that game, if not a win. You've seen what they've got. To my money, Bosnia remind me of Greece of 2004 in the Euros when they went all the way to the final, winning Catenaccio style with the 1-0 wins all the way to the final. Greece, remember that? And that finals, I called Greece to win that before it even started. I have volumes of proof, volumes of film, volumes of audio, me saying that in the studio up at TSN 21 years ago. Yes. So Bosnia, don't take them for granted. Amakoric, I was actually crying for like 15 minutes out of joy. I bet you were, mate. I bet you were. And if I'd have seen you, I probably would have started crying with you. It's such a proud moment. It really is. It's such a proud moment. And hey, you see that flag? Can you see that flag, Amakoric? Can you see that flag? It's still flying. The day isn't done. You took out the Italians. So your Bosnia-Herzegovina, Herzegovina flag is there. Out of respect to you and what you did. Absolutely. Taking a look now on the side of the field, see what's happening for us. We're still in advert land. And I don't know about you, but being a sarky bastard, being a funny guy, I don't watch ads. I can't stand ads. I can't. I'm not going to say what channel, but there's a football channel we're watching at the moment, and they have the most woke ads, I say it woke ads. They have the worst ads I've ever seen in my life. I don't know who the hell puts money into that channel with them ads, but those ads drive me crackers. That's why I will not subscribe to that channel. And I'm not saying the name, just to keep it clean, just to keep it fun. But yes, Amakoric, cry your eyes out all the way to the World Cup. And if you put a good performance in, we might be crying our eyes out when you beat us. We've got to be careful. Leonardo Baraviera says it was amazing. Congratulations. Again, more people backing you up there, coming in strong. It was a great performance, and it looked so good for Italy in the beginning, yeah? Looked so good for Italy in the beginning. I'm looking into the stadium, and I say we've got a fair measure of time to go before we get there. But I will show you something. I want to show you a quick video, guys. Remember in the last show, the last match that I did for Canada, when we drew 2-2 with Iceland, when we had a terrible start? Well, I was talking to you about something. Do you remember what it was? Do you remember what I was saying? Oh, I love that tea. I was talking about the stadium. Now, if you're watching your television sets right now, and you can see Christian Jack with the blue microphone, I worked with Christian many times. Great guy, lovely fella. Saw him recently. Nice guy. But looking behind those guys, looking behind them, you see two sets of seats, don't you? Yeah. Now, I'm going to show you something that I've put together for you, for your entertainment. But I said last time, what's going on with these grey or red seats? Well, I'm going to line something up for you right now. Take a look at this. A little bit of music in the background. But take a look at this and tell me what you think after you've seen this video. Take a look after this. I'm going to shut the mic down and let you see. So there you go, guys. Grey or red seats. I put that together just for you. I made a point of it at the last match. But what would you say looks better? In the chat, let me know. Red seats to match out the red sides? Or would you like grey seats like they've got? And if you had have put this together, building this temporary seats, would you have put red in there? And if you put grey in there, why the hell did you? Sorry, matey. Stevie Angus McWorth is in the house. Hello, Stevie. Agree, adverts are the worst, yes. St. Louis has the highest Bosnian population of any city outside of the aforementioned country. Wow. Congrats to these lads. Absolutely. Congratulations. The way they got there, the two matches that they went through in the playoffs, the first one in Wales and then at home against Italy, phenomenal. They literally played to their limits. They put it all on the line. They never gave up. They kept going. And I'll tell you another thing. The way they were racing to get the throw-ins back into play, you won't see many teams doing that anywhere worldwide. They were phenomenal. Phenomenal, the way they kept getting back in the match. Free kicks didn't take 10 hours to get off. Corners didn't take forever to fly in the box. Everything was bang, bang, bang. Going bang, bang, bang on Italy. That's how they got back in it. So, yes. Big time Angus McWorther. Congratulations to these lads. Moment Ochi, where is it possible to watch the match? You can watch it on One Soccer. You can probably watch it on, write this down, livetv.ru. Livetv.ru. Richard Uniform. RU. One more time. Livetv.ru. Go there. It's online. It's an illegal feed. Don't hit the ads, and be very careful with the selection down the left side. There's a left side menu. Go down the left side menu, and pick out your game, and you'll see it there. But livetv.ru. That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. Get into that. So we're going to do another check on there. Hello, hello, hello. What's going on there? Thank you very much. I'm still waiting for the game to come in. I'm looking at the highlights there of some of the Italian kicks going over the bar. You may well too online, but boy, oh boy. The one that hit the bar as well. Unbelievable. Too much power when you need precision. It's just like when a striker goes in on the keeper. You don't need to blaze it. Slide it past the keeper. Slide it past the keeper. Do-do-do-do. Angus McWorth at red seats any day. I prefer grey hair to grey seats. That is brilliant, mate. That is brilliant. Now 8:15 p.m. 8:15 p.m. That's 6:15 p.m. our time. So we've got a long ways to go. The game has been so delayed again. But you've got to say, these guys on TV, they've now got to earn their money. They've got to earn their money on TV, haven't they ever? Haven't they ever? I'll tell you what, while we've got a lot of things going on, we've got a lot of things lined up for you to watch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the TV and I'm going to go into that group one more time. I want to show you that group from the World Cup coming up because we've got Bosnian fellas on the line. They might as well see what we're saying about that group. And there's the group. There you can see Canada, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Qatar, Switzerland. Let's just take a moment to think how that game number 1 against Bosnia is going to sort out. They took out Italy. They took out Wales. 2 teams way above the rankings than them. And then they're going to take on Canada, take on Qatar, and then take on Switzerland. Now, as we've got it in the box with you there right now, guys, who do you see winning outright in Group B? And I agree with you there, Angus. Red seats any day. I prefer grey hair to grey seats. Absolutely. Absolutely. But for my money, I look at Group B now and I think that you have to think Switzerland is the big team in the group. Bosnia coming in is throwing in my opinion, 2 teams that are capable of grabbing second, that being Canada and themselves, Bosnia-Herzegovina. Qatar, for everybody's money, should be finishing dead last and shouldn't be getting a win. But let's just per se, one of the 3 big teams has a bad day. It will not knock them out of the cup. That's the thing. In the round-robin phase, you can drop a game. You can lose a game and still make it through, no problem. 3rd place, 8 best 3rd-place teams are going to go through the World Cup groups. 8 from the 11 groups. 12 groups, sorry. 8 from the 12 groups. So if Canada does drop a game, they still have it to go through. Switzerland, in my money, is the team that should be the team to top the group. Qatar should be the team to be bottom. And then it's an interesting question. Who finishes second? Is it Canada? Or is it, in fact, Bosnia-Herzegovina? Because right now, if we don't hit the match running on June 12th, and we bring in another flat performance, then guarantee you this much. We probably won't finish second. We probably could finish 3rd, but we probably should still be going through to the next round. For Bosnia, simple. Get a result against Canada, get a result against Qatar, and move through. They only need 2 results to get through. Qatar, for their money, in 3rd place as you're looking at it, they need to climb mountains. Getting over Canada isn't going to be easy. Getting over Bosnia and Herzegovina, not going to be easy. And definitely against Switzerland, the toughest one of all. I'm telling you, it's going to be tough, tough, tough. Jeffrey Perrin, how you doing, son? Back in the house. Let's go Canada. Absolutely. What do you think about the red or the grey seats, Jeffrey? You think you like red or do you like grey? I'm going to play that little video again here after this just to let people know about the grey and the red seats because we've got a couple of emails saying show it again, so I'm going to do so. But the grey or the red seats coming up, Jeffrey. See that in a second. And tell me which you think. Coming up right after this gets taken out. There's B going away. There's me coming back in, saying hi again. Jeffrey, well done, mate. Well done for getting back. We've got a massive game coming up. As long as we have a performance, and as long as we have goals. I want to be excited tonight. I want a game to be appreciable. I want a game to send us home in the right frame of mind. We don't need 2 matches back-to-back that really flatline. Okay, Jeffrey, here we go. I'm going to show you the red or the grey seats, a little 40-second video. Everybody else joining in right now with slight delay. Game coming up 8:15, 6:15, 5:15, 4:15, wherever you are in the country. But I'm going to show you this video again. We've shown it once already so far, but I want to show you again so that you get the value out of what I was trying to say last time. Do you like red seats or do you like grey seats at BMO Field? And for a World Cup kickoff match in Canada, which would you prefer? So there you go, guys. Just what I'm saying. In and out, in and out, in and out. Let me know. What do you prefer, red or grey seats? Jeffrey Perrin says red, so there you go. Jeffrey's into the red. Trout. Bosnia, similar team to Canada, create chances but lack finishing quality, susceptible to midfield gaffes. Good points. Good points. I'm going to read that again. Bosnia, similar team to Canada. Similar team to Canada. Yeah, in many ways they are, but defensively, a bit more brutal in the tackle. That way. They have a few more chippy rickies in the team. Let's put it that way. Similar to Canada, yeah. Create chances but lack finishing quality, susceptible to midfield gaffes. Let's hope we don't have many of those coming our way. That wouldn't be what we need for best of business. I'm just watching the people on TV. Something is going through my mind. It's a pick point. It's a real pick point. If you're watching TSN right now, you've got people wearing ties and people not wearing ties. What is that all about? You put a suit on, you're supposed to wear a tie, no? You got a couple of guys on that show not wearing a tie. It looks absolutely Bush League. Atiba Hutchinson not wearing a tie. Brennan's got a tie on. Why is Atiba not wearing a tie? It looks Bush League. It's like what I saw in the White House the other day when Trump was getting the terrorism prize. Both him and the infant brain were wearing no ties. What are they trying to convey? Why no ties? I don't get that. One guy's not wearing a tie. Why is he not wearing a tie? It looks horrible. It looks like you can't afford a tie. Get a tie on, Atiba. You got the money. But what are they trying to convey? One's got no tie on, 3 have ties on. Last time, Brennan didn't have a tie on as well. So what are they trying to convey? What's the message here, TSN? What are you trying to convey? A casual show? Well, get them out of the suits and get them into what I'm wearing. That's a casual football show. That is confusing. Very confusing. Whoever puts that shot together needs to have them all wearing ties, in my opinion, or no ties, and have them in sports gear. What would you prefer the game to be produced by? Suits or sports guys? I know what I'd like. Sports guys. But Atiba, I love the guy, but why is he not wearing a tie? Anybody out there know why Atiba's not wearing a tie, or why Jimmy Brennan and Atiba were not wearing a tie last time? Let me know, because I'd love to know. I really would, but I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Back into the chat. I love what you guys bring, so keep bringing it. Keep bringing it. But yeah, Trouty, you're right. They are a similar team to us, but I think we probably have a little bit more finishing quality. That might be the only difference. Jeffrey Perrin says he loves the red seats. Way to go, Jeffrey. Way to go. Trouty, Bosnia better in penalties, but Canada has more star power and home field advantage. The home field advantage, interesting point. Haven't done too well recently, have we? Think of the last few games. Not so bad, but not dominant. And the last match was save your ass with 2 penalties. And if the referee doesn't give the penalties, we don't get back into that. Not for a second. But again, Atiba's not wearing a tie. I don't figure it out. I can't figure it out. I don't understand it. What's the message? Angus says, let's hope that the kits have very opposite colours. Was staining my eyes in USA's match versus Belgium. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And yeah, the USA going down 5-2 to Belgium. 5 straight goals. That's not normal. And Pochettino coming in for more pressure. But by the day one, you'll see the Americans raise the game and start playing. There's nothing on these friendlies, okay, I get it. And people are coming in to buy and vie for places. And pressure for places and pressure for spaces is what you need building into the World Cup. But you don't need to be blooding all the new guys, as for Canada, right now, as we've been doing these last few matches. We need to get ourselves in peak form on the wings, down the middle, in defence. Select your starting goalkeeper, Maxi Croupeau for me. I think Dane St. Clair was literally Very thin on the ground in the last match. Beaten easy on both those shots. The second one, I wasn't happy with that one either. So Dane doesn't always give you bad performances. Normally keeps you in the game and normally pretty steady Eddie in the middle there. But last match out, no. And I think there comes a time where I've seen international coaches have two decent goalkeepers in the national squad. And they rotate the keepers. One game for you, one game for you. Next game you can play, next game you can play. That does nothing. That does nothing for the pecking order. If you want it from my money, Maxime Croupeau should be the number one. Dane St. Clair should back him up. Dane St. Clair should be used sparingly as a starting position. The rain's coming down beautifully there. Lashing down in Toronto. Match delayed to lightning. Kickoff now 8:15 p.m. 6:15 mountain. That's another half an hour ago. Guys can't play in the rain. I tell you, I love playing in the rain. That's my weather right there. Who doesn't like playing in the rain? Do you remember playing in the rain? Do you remember sliding in the mud for 5,000 miles just before you clunked a guy off the field? Yeah? All the good things happen in the rain. Not the snow. I love the snow. But all good things happen in the rain when you're playing in the rain. But yeah, half an hour delay to go in the rain. Bad times. But still, got to say, into the chat where all the superstars are. Going back up there. Jeffrey says, red for the seats. Shrouty, Bosnia has more star power and home field advantage. Sorry, Canada has star power and home field advantage. Like I was saying, we got to make that home field advantage work. It hasn't really been effervescent that Canada has been thumping people at BMO Field. And back in the day, I have said we need to pick one stadium in Canada, make it the national shrine, Toronto, and have everybody travel to the shrine. You start to cement your own styled Berlin, Wembley, Paris, yeah, Brussels. All the big cities have the big stadium. Everybody travels in. Everybody knows where their national stadium is. That's the hot pot. That's the cauldron. That's where it all comes to life. So we need to pick a stadium. CSA has been too generically appeasing to a lot of people and come up with nothing over 30, 40, 50 years by placing games all across the country. It does nothing for you. It appeases the fans. But eventually, you've got to start putting yourself in the right place. And I'll give you the example. Just one example. All through time when Germany were going great guns, winning trophies, being the big team in Europe, they haven't been for a while. They played the majority of the games in two major places. Berlin was the home and München was the second place. And when they played there, they were nigh on impossible to beat. The old Olympiastadion in München, 60,000 Deutschen, shouting like mad, the horns going. Remember the old horns back in the day? You don't hear them now, but you used to. But you went to Germany and literally you went into a stronghold. Germany at hold back in the day, they had the same stadiums, most of the games. You knew what was going to happen. They were comfortable going to the same stadium, seeing the same picture, playing on the same pitch, in the same part of the world. And it all became synchronized. And the system was so hard to break down that Germany hardly ever lost at home and never really failed to qualify. That's what you need your home field for. I know we in Canada have appeased fans in Vancouver, in Edmonton, in Montreal, yeah, in Toronto. But eventually there comes a time where you've got to pick one place. And I do say, my opinion, and I live in the West, but my opinion, purely my opinion, is that the home theatre should be BMO Field and completely with red seats only. Then you set up your national theatre. Everybody knows where they got to go. And everything then starts streamlining itself to welcome fans into the big city. You start building big occasions, big crowds, and you start building the event every time. You go to the Germans, you go to the French, you go to the English games, even go to Scotland, Wales, Ireland, it doesn't matter. Any home team that's been around for over 150, they have a shrine. And it's there where you go. That's what we need to do. Into the chat for some more wisdom from the great people. Ryan_92. Ryan, how you doing, fella? How you doing? As long as the seats are filled with Canadian fans for Canada games, I don't care what colour the seats are. Oh, come on, Ryan. Come on, Ryan. Red, mate. We're red. We're not grey. Red seats. Come on. You got to have red seats in the stadium, don't you? I mean, Liverpool. Think of Liverpool. Red seats. Chelsea. Blue seats. Yeah? Got to have your colours. Leicester City going down to League One, maybe. Blue seats. You got to have the colour of your team. But if you love grey, you love grey. And Angus loves grey hair, not red seats. Not grey seats, I should say. Back into the chat again. We've got a fair ways to go. About 20 minutes to go to kickoff. Oh, here we go. We're going to get some good points in here. Angus says, Trump complains about no tie in the Oval Office. There you go. There you go. Trouty says, still only 3 losses ever at BMO Field last I checked. Correct. Home field matters. It does. It does. But when you get a team coming as a team, like Bosnia and Herzegovina is, they're on a mission to upset the host. Don't kid yourself. They're on a mission to upset us. And a draw is a great result. Bosnia's done the hard work. They've done the hard work by getting to the World Cup. Now they can continue hard work, but in such a confident manner. And I'm telling you, they didn't expect to get there, but they're there. They went through Wales on the road. 1-0 down early on in. Get the late goal with Dzeko. Tie it up. Take it to penalties after extra time. Win through 4-2 on penalties. The same scoreline as they did with Italy. And they did the same number on Italy in Zenica, Bosnia-Herzegovina. A goal down. The same format. They come back. They get the late goal. They take it through extra time. They get through extra time. They get into the penalty kicks and they win it again. So I guess I'm telling you, they're going to be jubilant from now till kickoff, June 12th. They got nothing to lose, everything to gain. And quite frankly, you should have thought Italy should have been there, and they're not. So when you look at Bosnia coming in, I'd be very wary. I'd be putting up a good display. And Jesse Marsh needs to start picking teams that he thinks will start the World Cup. He needs to start picking the first lineup moving through. You can't keep testing guys out. There comes a time, like I said, where you've got to now go with your full bore, put them out, and let them start gelling together again. We've had too many games where we haven't had the first team out there. And you can say injuries have caused a few omissions. Yes, they have. But we've got players that have been on the bench that should have been on the field. And he's trying people out, and I don't agree with it any longer. I've killed it. I'm letting you know. Angus McWorth says, Congo beat Jamaica 1-0. Beautiful result. Well done, my friend. Remember, playing in the rain on field with 2 blades of grass. You were lucky. You had 2 blades of grass. Man, we had 1 blade of grass. And it was uphill against the wind. And then the snow came down. Then the hail came down. And everything else came down. And then the coach on the sideline, as we're 10-year-olds, gets the flask out. What's in the flask? What's in the flask? Good stuff. Coffee. But what is in the coffee? Rum. And I'm 10 years old with the pissing down rain, snow's coming, and our coach is giving us coffee and rum, and we're kids. That's what used to be in football, and I know a lot of you guys did that, but that's what we used to do. And it was a lot of fun. It really was a lot of fun. But yes, remember playing in the rain on field with 2 blades of grass. You were lucky, mate. I didn't see any grass. And I'm telling you about the grass. The 2 blades of grass, I had 2 pounds of mud in my shorts from sliding everywhere, and my boots were full of mud, my shirt was full of mud, and my ears, sometimes when you slide down, your ears got slapped with mud. You were covered in the brown stuff. Absolutely. Jeffrey Perrin, can you tell me right about the stadium in Topeka City? What would you like me to tell you? Let me know. You let me know, buddy. Topeka City, ask me, I'll tell you. Be a little bit more what I need to know. Trouty says, Germany is a much smaller country. It's a lot easier to travel in Germany than Canada. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's one of the big things about living in Canada is east to west. It's a big country. Look where the populations are. They're on the east and the west of the country. There's hardly anything in the middle. Yeah, Alberta has got a few. You've got Saskatchewan's got a few cities. Manitoba's got a few cities. But the population is in the east and the west, yeah? But with Germany, traveling, I know full well traveling in Germany. I used to love driving in Germany. I used to love driving over 200 k's an hour everywhere I go, every day. To and from work, to and from fun, passing cars doing 260, 270 as if they're standing still. And then there were times in Germany, travelling around Trouty and everybody else, when I'm driving my BMW and I'm doing 270 k's, sometimes more. And every now and again, you had this vacuum hit your left shoulder. And it was literally like, whoosh, and the car would go, whoosh, you'd shake. As somebody, and it happens to me a few times in Germany, went out of the outside lane onto the shoulder, nearly smashing into the barrier to get past me. And that car that went past me, I'm not kidding you, time and time again, I'm doing 270, 280, 290 k's an hour. Those cars made me look like I was standing still. Yeah. I loved the Autobahn when I lived there. Fantastic. So yes, Trouty, it's smaller. You can get around easier. You get around quicker because of speed limits. But you couldn't travel like that in Canada. If you did, I think you run out of road. And the roads out here are not smooth enough for that kind of speed. The roads in Germany are as smooth as a baby's ass. And they're cambered in the corners. So when you go around a corner, you glue in the curve. You don't go up. You don't start sliding up. You don't start sliding down. You just stick true in that curve. Because the Germans built amazing roads starting way back before 1939. But after that, they kept building. But yeah, Jeffrey Perrin, Winnipeg, LOL, he's laughing. I tell you. USA has a similar problem about having a soccer unified stadium. Yes, they do. And I say that, you know what? Most long flights in the States, they're not really much difference in prices, but there can be a bit of a difference in travel. I say you need a shrine. Build yourself a shrine. Who would have ever thought, okay, here's a thought for you, everybody. The World Cup final. It's coming off in New Jersey. Would you not think it would come off somewhere else? Los Angeles might have been one of the takers in the sun. Florida, maybe, I don't know, with the influence of the Messi, the Beckham, and the Miami kind of angle, they could have brought a final closer there, but not a great stadium down there to house a final. New Jersey's got a big stadium to house the final. But I'd put it to you this way. 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago, nobody in their right mind would ever have thought that the game would have built so quickly in America and that they would have hosted more than one World Cup since England haven't hosted one. Think about that. If you're an England fan, do you think FIFA hates your nation's guts? I do. Think about the suitcases in hotels filled with money, bribing people for votes when they got caught years ago. England's put many, many bids in to try and get a World Cup into the said national stadium for a final. It hasn't happened in 60 years. Why do you think that is? Why do you think they don't get a final? Why do you think they haven't hosted the finals? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Then FIFA and UEFA like to split up the UEFA convention finals and start putting that between countries, etc., etc., etc. So why is it that England have never hosted a World Cup in 60 years? Is it that FIFA really hate England? It makes you think a little bit. Look at the countries that have had World Cups ever since 1966. There are nations that have had more than one. You look at Mexico, it will be 3 since 66, 1970, 1986, 2026, 3 World Cups. The USA, 2 World Cups since 1966. Canada, a World Cup since 1966. And in all that time, England, who've won it once, and they won it after 30 years of World Cup competitions. Remember, it all kicked off in 1930. Yeah? England get a World Cup 36 years later. Win the World Cup at home with that very dubious goal that inflamed Germans then, still inflames Germans today. Well, forget about it, because you got your own back on England in the World Cup 2014 with the Lampard shot that was disallowed 3 yards over the line. Again, I'm going to say, England, hard done to. Very hard done to. Why have they not had a World Cup finals? Makes you want to think. Suitcases, hotels, money, bribes. Yeah, that's about it. Back into the chats. Leonardo Barriera says, here in Brazil is between Morumbi and Maracana. Hey, there you go. Morumbi and Maracana. Angus says, Jeffrey Perrin, the armpits of the Midwest, Topeka, Kansas. Ha ha. Yes. And like Rob Much's O's Stadium, Ortson Stadium, very similar, yeah? The bottle in a brown paper bag. Bottle in a brown paper bag. Jeffrey Perrin, that's funny. And Jeffrey says, in the tundra, in the cold. Yes. Trouty says, Steve has an amazing soccer stories from the entire Europe. Check this video history. Steve has amazing soccer stories from his time in Europe. Check his video history. Yeah, check down all the way through. There's lots of different style stuff. And if you ever want a certain team analysing, let us know. We'll do that for you too. Angus says, Chicago, Soldier Field. Maybe, but Soldier Field is too old. Yes. Do you know they did a lot of big games at Soldier Field, and it was really a great event. I remember talking to fans down at Soldier Field on radio, live at the time, when American games were going, and that was in the early 10s. And that venue was just fantastic. Really was a fantastic venue. I think really they should revisit it. And Soldier Field, I don't know for you and for me and for everybody else, but it has a bit of a real ring to it. Soldier Field. You know, America's a big military nation all the way through, and Soldier Field just describes really what's in behind a big part of America. But Soldier Field to me it always sounded really good. It really did. I'm going to take a look. I'm feeling sorry for the people on TV. And I'm laughing my cock off. A cockerel. A little cockerel. Because for the last few games, I've watched these guys talk and talk and talk. Okay? And they've got to keep talking. And if you're looking at Christian Jack, I think he's getting worn out. Because Christian's a talker, and he ain't talking much. And these guys are slowly getting decompressed into the booth where they're standing. But can they manage to talk for another 11 minutes before this one goes live? We're going to get a check on the weather pretty soon and see what's happening. But I'm looking at the replays of the 2 penalties that went in against Iceland on the other day. We're going to do the dice here pretty soon. But the other day against Iceland, 2 penalty kicks from Jonathan David put us back in there. And I tell you, if it wasn't for JD, we wouldn't have got into that game. Second to that as well, JD, big scorer. But against big teams, he seems to disappear. Would you agree? Would you agree? JD seems to disappear against big teams. I think he does. I think he needs to start showing more. Not just the finishing. I have nothing against JD's finishing. He's got great feet, great head, and he sniffs out the chances well. But I'm looking for more activity from him in the game. Instead of just dropping off and disappearing, which he does, I want to see him drop down maybe 20 feet south of the forward line. Just come and touch a ball and push it back and go back up front. Get a touch. He's got to stay connected with the ball. And by coming deep, holding the line in possession play or hold-up play, hold that ball, for a couple of seconds, move left, move right, keep possession, and just push it back where it came from. Keep in the game. The touch of the ball is just like a goalkeeper. Goalkeepers love an early touch on the ball. They love to have the ball in their hands. As soon as they can make a save, they're in the game. They're happy. Just like a striker. He needs to feel the ball to stay with the ball, to feel the ball, feel the game, keep the timing, and be in sync with the match itself. If he doesn't touch the ball, you're literally asking a guy to be cold all night, but to be red hot when it comes to execution. And that doesn't work like that. So like I say, I think Jesse wants to nurture a bit of midfield technical abilities with JD, deep off the line, come south 20, tap the ball back to the midfield or to the wing and go. That way you can open up space. You may even get the give and go into the box from the diagonal side, from each wing. So JD, come get the ball, tap it off to the winger, to your creative midfielders. As soon as you release the ball, tap, sprint, go. Release the ball, tap, sprint, go, and that ball's coming through for you. That's something I'd look for JD to do. We don't see a lot of that build-up play with JD. We see a lot of finishing, but we don't see him on the ball. And I don't want to see him come too deep. That's the only problem. Only 20 feet in behind the front line to drop that ball, shimmy, shuttle, give and go. That's what I need to see. Into the chat, see what we're going for you. One more time. Going into email. If you want to email me as well, guys, email anytime, fifascup@gmail.com. I'm just going to check the emails real quick. Give me a second. There we go. I'm going to get rid of that one. Just a second. Let me open it up and I'll be right with you. As you can see, it's gone white all right. Here we go. Email coming in from Michael. Michael is in Ireland. Hello, Ireland. Hello, Michael. Must be late there for you, my friend. Ireland. Lovely old Ireland. And from the Republic, not Northern Ireland. Michael says, I'm looking live. He's live. Wow, it must be a late night for you, buddy. Choki Allah. Our day will come. He says, impressed with Canada so far from what I've seen. How far will Canada go into the group? Or will they get out of the group? And will they go far in the World Cup? Michael, great question. I like that. We're going to go back at you real soon here. Give me a second. Bringing on the OTB. Bringing on the TV. Let's get it back as it was. And it is back as it was. Michael, great question. How far can Canada go in the group? You just missed about 10 minutes ago. What I think, to be honest with you, we're the home team. Home stadium. But I would argue BMO Field is our biggest home stadium. We have fans in both sets of stadiums, in Vancouver, BC Place, and at BMO Field in Toronto. We have fans in both stadiums. It'll be a good sellout. Will it be a complete sellout? It should be. If not, it's the price of the tickets, which is another question. Are the tickets too expensive? But looking at Michael's question, I think that game one is the first concern. And go game by game, Michael. Bosnia's come through. You just saw what they did to Italia. You just saw a week ago what they did to Wales. It's the same thing 2 times. They were not expected to win both those matches. They both going through. They drew both matches. They win through on penalty kicks. And they're now moving forward with absolute confidence, pride, steel, solidity. And they got a sneaky feeling with the way the officialising goes at World Cups, the way big players get treated special, and with kid gloves from the referees and the linesmen and FIFA, I think you've got a chance there that Bosnia could move through that group. Dzeko is the big man, can put it away, and I expect him to score goals at the World Cup. Qatar definitely got a chance scoring there. Switzerland shouldn't be a reason why he can't get one on net. Canada, same thing. So looking at Bosnia in that group, they can come with a big surprise. They really can. But Canada, how far can they go? Out of the group, Qatar should be a win. Should be a win. Categorically, should be a win. Itchy nose. Should be a win. Switzerland, I'll take the draw. But it could be a win. Possibility of a loss. Then you've got the game against Bosnia. Could go either way. We have the home form, home cooking, everything's going our way. But in the end of the day, Bosnia's giving me question marks. Them question marks is, can we match Bosnia for the physical game? Because that's what's going to come our way. The physical game stifled, literally dismantled Wales's offence. The attack wasn't there. And it was the game before, because one game before the match against Bosnia-Herzegovina, Wales played North Macedonia in Cardiff, Wales, and won 7-1. The next game, Bosnia shut them down to 1 goal. Wales really didn't do themselves any justice and should have gone 1 or 2 up in the first half and sealed it, but didn't. And just like Italy, they go a goal up fortuitously, but they should have added to it. They both needed the insurance marker, so putting it on the chin. The first game for Canada, Bosnia-Herzegovina. If we don't hit the ground running, and if Bosnia come in like they just done did with Wales and with Italy, we need to be very careful. Very careful. Results for Canada in that group. Qatar should be a win. Switzerland might be a draw. So there's your 4 points. Bosnia could well be a win, could well be a draw, but also could well be a loss. And that's why I keep saying that the 3 places in this group are all viable positions to get through. And not necessarily do you want to finish first or second. You might feel that finishing third may well present you with a better playoff position when you get into the knockout round. And until the groups phase down from A to L, the 12 groups, until they break down on the final day, you won't know who you're going to get in the last match. So putting it that way, let's see what happens in that first game. Because if the worst case scenario comes along, that Bosnia come along and take us out, just by the 1 goal, they're in the driving seat. Then we've got the match with Switzerland on the final day. And then it's the next game would have been Qatar game 2, which will be. Just imagine if we get a draw against Qatar and we're sitting on 1 point after 2 games, which is unlikely. But you have to guard against that by thinking through this and seeing the realities and the pitfalls and the punji sticks that are going to come along our way. Because one thing's for sure, Bosnia-Herzegovina is coming. And they're not coming just to make up the numbers. They're coming to upset. They're coming to fight you. They're coming to break you down. They're going to get inside your heads. They're going to do what they did to Italy. They're going to do what they did to Wales. And without much work, they could get past us with a point. That's why I say we've got to be very respectful, very careful, and watch what we do. Look into the bad things. On this match itself, let's look at the lineups. We haven't had much chance to look at the lineups, so let's take a look at the lineups, start talking about it one more time, see what we're going to be going up against. I'm going to bring up the lineups one more time, coming up on your screens here pretty soon, guys. Just 1 second. Let me get back into studio mode. There we go. Coming back at you. There's your starting lineups, guys, right now. I want to just talk on Canada for the moment. Kripo in net. I'm liking that. I think he is my number 1, should be the number 1. And like I said on the head of this, I do appreciate what Dane St. Clair brings, but there comes a time where you've got to mark up who's your first man, who's the starting man, who's the big man. Give him the shirt. Let him keep the shirt or let him lose the shirt. Vasily for Bosnia-Herzegovina, the weakest link in that team, yeah? He's got to earn that shirt for the World Cup, in my money. He's had 2 nightmare performances, and luckily it hasn't undone what Bosnia and Herzegovina were trying to do in these matches. They got through. Without his mistakes, it would have been a lot easier. So there's one thing Bosnia needs to fix on. The first goal against Wales, though, off his line to the side, he'll forget that never. Today, the goal against him, he'll never forget that either. So again, there are reasons to think Bosnia have got to work at what they've got and fix the problems they have. But they are at the World Cup, and they are coming, and they will make a big dent. I tell you, I know. Into the chat, Chicago, maybe Soldier Field is too old. Could be too old. Yeah, it could be too old. Could be. Jeffrey Perrin, I agree. Switz should be a draw. Yep. And let's bring it out of here. Just 1 second. Got to drop this box down. There we go. Thank you very much. Like people, please. Yes, people. Like. Talking about the chat, talking about the lineup tonight. Now, for me, the jury is always out on Tani. Al-USA, the jury's out for me. I've never give him my vote. He's never won my favour. I'm not confident with him up front. I don't think he's the answer to our problems. Kyle Larin's hitting form with Southampton. He's not exactly the worst selection to back up JD now, is he? Jonathan David obviously is a gimme. But Al-USA, is he the guy? Is he the guy? I don't know. JD for sure. Now Flores comes in the last match, shows what he's about. I enjoyed what he's about. I enjoyed the comments about him as well, especially with the red hair and the ugliest hair in football, yada, yada, yada. I laughed. I enjoyed it. But he gave us something. He gave us something. Remember, Mexicano, the little Mexicano, Mexicanito, the little man. Flores. Miller, Liam Miller. Hull City, not Norwich City. That's Ali Ahmed. Norwich City's Ali Ahmed. Hull City is Liam Miller. Liam Miller, a guy I like. Sensible player, safe player, gets it done, doesn't always get the hours and minutes from Jesse, but he's getting some tonight. And I'll tell you what, I think that more and more as time goes through, Liam Miller is a team player. He's a player that you need on the bench going into big competition because he comes in and he does add. He's not a player that comes in from the bench and doesn't raise the game. He will keep you in the game. His wing play is very simple. He's had a super season in the EFL Championship in the UK with Hull City in the Championship. He's had a great season. Looks very poised on the ball. Going over to the Europe has done him nothing but favours. Remember, he's an ex-Liverpool player from back in the early days when he was a youngster. Never really made it there. But he's got talent. And I'm looking for him to get on the board. The only thing he doesn't do much for us is set things up. But he's a good technician. And he keeps the ball on the ground. And he's into place, into space, all the time, down the wing, keeps you down the wing, keeps you moving back, doesn't cough up the ball, and really doesn't put a foot wrong. But he's a diminutive figure, and if he were a little bit bigger, he may well turn into someone like a Tajon Buchanan, who I could say nothing more about tonight, since he literally won't be here because of the red card. But looking further back in there, you got Saliba, Kone, in midfield, both of which I like. Saliba needs to get on the ball and start shooting from range. He's got the shot, he's got the confidence, but he now needs to start taking some individual forays instead of doing the obvious. But Saliba, release the shot. Kone back in the lineup again, a guy that needs a lot of confidence, has the confidence, needs the love from the coach. Not like he had from Jesse a few matches ago when he's taken out and they're both throwing hands up at each other, looking at each other, saying, what the hell, yada, yada. Kone needs to be loved. He's the player you don't scream at. You don't use the hairdryer on. You put your hand on his shoulder and you talk quietly to him and you build him up into the game and you show him some love, not some friction, no toxicity. Because those kind of guys, they disappear if you scream at them. They don't like it. They're not that strong. They're strong in silence. That's what I'm saying. So Kone back in there. Richie Larea, like you know I can't speak enough of Richie. I love everything about Richie. Fantastic guy. Great Canadian. Always gives you game. Always gives you attitude and won't back down. That sending off recently against him, he caused that Guatemala player to be sent off by faking the punch to the face, where he was slapped in the face and made it look like a punch. He's learned the trade. He got a Guatemalan sent off CONCACAF style with a CONCACAF referee. There you go. Leonardo says, just a parenthesis, Ancelotti looks really pissed. He must be very disappointed with Italy. Yeah, I'd say he is. I'd say he is. And they haven't gone to a World Cup in 3 World Cups. What is that all about? 3 World Cups and they haven't got there. coming back on screen for you right now. Right now. But 3 World Cups, Italy has not made it. Game must be coming up here pretty soon. It's now 8:20. And the adverts are rolling down, so we should be getting into the game here pretty soon. Another big delay. Every time these guys get on the ground, it's a delay. The fans are probably getting a little bit sad about this. Prior to the rainstorm, there were a few individuals getting into BMO Field. There's not many people in there at the moment. And quite frankly, it doesn't look like it's going to be a sellout, that's for sure. One of the other games, Iceland against Haiti today, was in front of 0 fans today. No fans at that game, and that finished 1 apiece. Toronto, and that's 1 apiece. Iceland getting 2 draws in 2 games. Like I say, we're just waiting for this one to start up, and as we'll get there, we will get there. But that game today, I got to say, Italy seemed to have done enough, but the red card, it killed it. It killed it. It just goes to show in today's modern football with the tactics. Let's face it, when Guardiola changed tactics in the Premier League and everybody started to copy Man City, did that do the English Premier League a favour or a disservice? Did it do football worldwide a favour or disservice? Did you look and enjoy watching football back in the day when it was simplified? You had a guy called a winger, and he would trick his way past 1 or 2 and just put the cross in. He wouldn't be looking to put the ball back to halfway to recycle, as they call it nowadays, i.e. move the ball from one side of the field to the other. No, he would be looking to get that cross in early, even if the guy wasn't on time, but someone could run through. Old-style football presented you with more goal opportunities on a regular than it does today. Like I said in the game today, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Italy, the ball was going east to west for 45 minutes out of 45. It needs to go north to south. Go north to south, put the ball in the back of the net. And the old game, the ball used to go north to south more than east to west, because the emphasis was to push the ball forward. The emphasis was also, if you're going forward, that's your best style defense. You can't get scored on when you're in possession, when you're going forward. So there's nothing going on your board. But the ball went majorly north to south on the offense. East to west, that was all about time wasting. That was all about the last couple of minutes killing a game, maybe. But nobody went east to west. And the amount of time that they waste on the clock in the modern game, going east to west. You're never going to score goals when you're losing 1-0 going east to west. So why the hell would you? Why would you waste time? Tactically, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Into the chat, I'm loving some of what I'm seeing here. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Jeffrey Perry, what do we call Ricky Laura again? Ricky Larea? We call him Chippy Ricky. Chippy Ricky. Scrappy Ricky's another one. You could use Scrappy Ricky, Jeff. Absolutely. Tragic McTrout says Chippy Ricky. That's what I always call him. Trippy Ricky. Jeffrey Perry, Tricky Ricky. Yeah, you can have Trippy Ricky. You can have, get this, Trippy Ricky, Tricky Ricky, Scrappy Ricky, or I say Chippy Ricky. He doesn't work in a chip shop, but he's chippy. He's always chipping. And I love it. I love my defenders to be chippy. Be chippy, get the forwards off their game. The game is going to be delayed. I remember a game, and I'll go this with you. Maybe you guys watched this game with me at the time. I don't know. Does anybody remember the Canadian Premier League final from 2025 that was in the snow in Ottawa? Cavalry FC taking on the eventual winners, Ottawa FC, with the goal in the snow that no one could see. Yet they all raved about that game in the snow being such a spectacle. Well, it wasn't a spectacle. It wasn't a spectacle because you couldn't bloody see anything. And the snow was about that deep on the field. And the only thing that really made that an aberration of an horror event for football was not calling it off. It should have been called off and played another game later, or a day later, I should say. But they didn't call it off. They played it. Reason why I say they should have called it off was because when the snow started to come down, I'm looking, and I'm not going to say what company was running the game, but I'm looking at all their pundits in the open air, on an open air table, in the freezing cold. And I'm thinking to myself, the snow's coming down rather lightly, so it's not an issue. It's not a problem. As long as that snow stays the way it is, this will be fine. But if it gets a little bit heavier and starts to drop a little bit faster, and that wind per se may pick up a little bit too, then what I could see coming along, they couldn't see. And I thought to myself, number one, your pundits are in the wrong way. They need to be in a booth, in the warm, because they're going to get their asses freezing off, and they won't sit there for long, and the broadcast is not going to look that great. Second to that, when the snow came down, only because I live in the Great White North do I know what it means when the snow comes down, because someone's got to pick up a plough, a blade, and start snowing away that snow and clearing the field and clearing the lines and all sorts of stuff. And if you remember what I said back in the day when the final was just about getting underway and the snow was coming down, I said all they need to do right now, because of the velocity of the snow coming down, because it's going to ruin the field, and you're going to have a kid's game of soccer in the snow, which is what it turned out to be. It was not a spectacle. It was a kids' game style game, because you couldn't get any flow, and they were kicking through snow to get to the ball, and etc., etc. But it all started to go wrong. Round about the half time, moving forward to the second half, into the extra time. At the end of full time, somebody made a decision. Canadian Premier League, somebody in your league made a decision to clear the field, to clear the snow. You would have been far wiser to have called the game off and played it another day. But clearing the snow, let's look at that analysed, because we never got a chance to describe it. But clearing the snow on that field in Ottawa for the Canadian Premier League final, Cavalry FC, Ottawa FC, or Ottawa, Atletico Ottawa. Clearing the snow was a big mistake. Had you have had the right equipment, it wouldn't have been an issue. And had you have had the right equipment, you would have cleared that snow at half time and again at full time to keep the field playable. But you didn't have the equipment. Did you not think, Canadian Premier League, did you not think, One Soccer per se, that someone should get in touch with the city of Ottawa, drop them some shekels, a bag of free tickets, a couple of shirts, and have them on standby for the snow that was predicted on the final game? But you didn't. And the vehicle that you used to clear the snow, only because I've got a lot of snow clearing experience living in Canada, and I got my own snowplow. You used a pickup truck with a tiny blade to clear a field 110 by 80, and you got 15 minutes to do it. And it took over an hour. And it killed the atmosphere in the crowd, because everybody went home and said, screw this crap. We're not waiting in the cold for the game. So they killed the atmosphere, they killed the game, they cleared the field, and I'll add this. As the snow was landing on that field, the ball was still playable. But when they cleared the field, they exposed the ice down below. The snow on the ice was acting as insulation, stopping that ice freezing up and being jagged and hard and then ruining the surface or the playing surface. So no one really had the idea not to clear the snow. They wanted to clear the snow, but they had the wrong equipment, which took too long, which ruined the final. I'll just say this much. It would have been far better to have cancelled that game and played it another day. Because if we want to have a great Canadian final, let's have the complete surface, let's have the complete crowd in there, and let's have it promoted, managed correctly. This final that we had, and I've seen all 7, This final that we had was an aberration. And I call it disastrous for the players. They deserve better. Disastrous for the fans. They deserved better after paying to get in the final. And I'm telling you, I've been to a Canadian Premier League final. It's a great event. It's a lot of fun people there. But if the management don't get it right, they ruin the entertainment. And that's what I'm saying. In a nutshell, they should not have cleared the field. They should have cancelled the game. Everybody should have come back in for free the next night with your ticket stub on your phone to get you back in. Not a problem. It's already there. Everybody's got a ticket done. You come back in, scan again, you're back in. Easy. So that's that done with. The fans can come back in and take care of business and have fun. That's what I'm saying. But if we have another event like that, I'd love the people to run the game correctly, visualize what's in front of them, and try to keep the game alive or book it for another day. Because obviously this wasn't the right way to go. 29 minutes countdown to kickoff. We've got another 29 minutes to count down to kickoff, is what it's saying on the board. And it's not the first time in recent times that Canada hasn't had the game going. I'm going to go back into the chat. You know what? Throw any questions you want at me right now moving forward, but any questions you like, and we'll answer whatever you got, and we'll line it all up. Angus McWhirter says, yes, I remember that match. Absolutely crazy. It was crazy. It was crazy. I can't believe why it went the way it did. But it was crazy. But I'll tell you why I think it is. I'll just be real honest. Take this on the chin, Canadian Premier League. I got nothing to hide. I've got no hate on. But you guys, CPL, you're 7 years old going into 8 years now. You're acting like you've had a league for 150 years, and you haven't. There's certain things that go on at Canadian Premier League matches that I do not agree with, will not agree with, and will not stand for. When you start to become political inside your stadiums and you're promoting politics, I'm not standing for that. Football shouldn't be political. But all too often, these little minnow leagues, like the Canadian Premier League, that's just 2 minutes old, think that they can involve their politics and their personal politics into the area of the realm of the game. Like I say, I don't agree with everything that they do. But when it comes to experience and getting it done and having the right people on the right side of the field who know how to manage the match on and off the field, whether it's in the booth, whether it's on the bench, whether it's on the field. But when you know people that have the experience to get it done the right way, those are the people you need to hire. And cronyism and nepotism all too often, listen up, all too often leads you down the path of ruin. 30,000 people are literally gauging around CPL 1 soccer, that area. It's like 30,000 people from 40 million. Okay? I tell you now, TSN and Sportsnet have way more numbers. They've been around a lot longer. They've built their imperium. And that's why. They've built their imperium over years, collectively putting things into place. Now, if you watch a hockey match in Canada or USA, it's done in a set format every time. It's always the same. The game is different, but the format is always set up, concrete, professional sound. They look like winners, they act like winners, and they talk like winners. And that's what the public needs to hear. The public like winners. They like people who've done it before, who've been there before, who know how to get it done. So there's a big difference as this little league is still growing. I have close links with Vancouver FC. I have close links with Forge FC. I had close links with Cavalry FC. I cut those links off myself. I will have nothing to do with that club ever again. Nothing at all. And I will not tell you why. And it's politics. And I don't like politics at a football match. And that's why. So therefore, the two clubs I'm fond of. And I'll tell you, Jelani Smith, TD director, Forge FC, good friend of mine, excellent fella, knows what he's doing, getting that club sculpted the right way. The right way. Vancouver FC doing a great job too. Absolutely. 3 years in, I hope they can make the playoffs this year. But what I was hoping for with Vancouver FC off the back of last year, off the back of the Champions Cup, moving forward, it seems to be not happening. I'm looking at some of the acquisitions, and they're literally talking up the acquisitions to be something that they're not. Mousse, just coming in from the Republic of Ireland. Got 1 goal in 9 or 1 goal in 10 games. He's had 2 mutual consensual walkaways. If you ever become an agent, a football agent, and you have a guy on your books who you're trying to push to a team for money, and on his record, from 2 of the clubs, of the 6 clubs that he's been with in 9 years, he has 2 mutual consensual walkaways. Yeah? One was from a team in Germany, Bochum, decent team. Bochum is a decent team. Bochum 2, decent team. Mousse at Vancouver had 2 mutual walkaways. One was over 2 years, where he literally wasn't going to play for the club. The club gave him a chance, loaned him out, came back, gave him another chance and said, get out of here. You're a time waster. Careful what you pick up, Vancouver. Careful what you pick up. Remember, people that walk away from one club, that have walked away from 2 clubs, eventually you might see walk away from 3 clubs, or you may in fact just kick him out. Bochum kicked him out because he was a bad element within the squad and was killing the chemistry. So think about that one. Going into the chat, plenty to go. And the game is still coming, about 20 minutes away. If they delay it again, there'll be no crowd in that crowd. There'll be no crowd turn up for this. If they keep delaying it, everybody's going to go home. And will they get a refund? Will they get a refund? You never know. But yes, going back, it's Chippy Ricky. That's what I call him. And I love him. Richie Larea. Remember that match? Absolutely crazy. Going into it, Joseph N. Fabiano. Hey, Joseph, how you doing, fella? We need a coach, not a sweet talker. Oh, I love this. I love this. We need a coach, not a sweet talker who knows much about talent, ability. The best 11 are never on the field at the same time. Do not give him a contract extension until after World Cup results. Bravo. 100%, Joseph. I'm reading that again. That is so on the money. Joseph N. Fabiano 3 says, we need a coach, not a sweet talker, who knows much about talent/ability. The best 11 are never on the field at the same time. Do not give him a contract extension until after the World Cup results. I say, do not give him an extension at all. And what you said in there, I'm going to split this down. The best 11 are never on the field at the same time. Do not give him a contract extension until after the World Cup results. The best 11 are never on the field at the same time. You say it in a few words, Joseph, what I've said over the last 5 or 10. Our best players are not together. I've said we need all our best players, starting 11, on the field right now. 4 games to go. It's now 3 to start getting in sync with each other, playing them blind passes, knowing where each other is, flopping on a tackle, running back, getting behind another guy, supporting each other as you do up and down the field. But the best 11 are never on the field. And I love that statement, Joseph. I love that. That is absolutely on the bloody money. We need our best to be going all the time. You get an injury, that's fine. You got a squad. He can sit, bring someone else in, maybe try 2 guys, 1 in the first half, 1 in the second half, to see what they do where your big player isn't in. But keep that intensity up. What's the point in bringing someone that's cold, that's never done anything for the national team, that's never been in the national team, doesn't have that prowess, and isn't going to really excite you with anything that they do, doesn't change up the game, hasn't got the ability, doesn't have the touch, doesn't have the speed, hasn't got the brain. Experience is what we need on the field. Experience. I'm going to say this much. When we play against CONCACAF teams, those CONCACAF teams don't run their asses off. They manage the field. They manage you, the other team. They manage the referee. They manage everything. And they don't do it at 100 miles an hour. Once you start playing at 100 miles an hour, unless you've got that quality all throughout 11 players on the field, you're going to be disjointed. You won't get it on net. And you'll probably find out that you get the draw, not the win. Just saying. Into the chat again, but Joseph, brilliant points, mate. Angus says, I'm going to go back up to you, Angus, just a second. This chat is moving fast. It doesn't snow in Canada, does it? Oh, only a little bit. Just a tad. Just a tad. Just a tad. Favourite Canadian player of all time or favourite England player of all time? That's a great question. That is a great question. Right, flood it in here. My favourite player, Canada, I'm going to hold on a second. Favourite player, England all time. Favourite player, England all time. That is a good question. And it's a tough question because there's been a few England players over time. I think that fan favourite might be Paul Gascoigne for a few reasons, with his skill, ability, his cheekiness and the love he had for the game. But best player... I don't necessarily, I'm not a love child of Harry Kane. Yes, he scored loads of goals, but I find him quite a boring player. Doesn't seem electric, doesn't excite me. But yeah, Gascoigne was exciting. Moving through. But I have to be honest with England, because they haven't won anything, no one's going to stand out as a winner. And I think that's what you need to see. You see, winning is addictive. Once you win a trophy, you're getting ready to win another one. Once you've won 2, you're getting ready to win 3. Slowly. But you're getting ready to win more trophies. That just came out just quickly, eh? But winning is addictive. If you notice, the big teams win back-to-back trophies. They might win one year. They might not win it the next year. A year or two later, they'll win it. They'll win it 2 times back-to-back, maybe not in the 4th year, maybe in the 5th year. But going back onto that England angle, what have they won since 1966? What did they win prior to 1966? Nothing. Nothing. British Championships, yes, between the 4 nations back in the British Championships when they were going on every year, they were phenomenal. But now? No, not the same thing. Boys are out there on the field getting ready. I'm looking at Kone. By the way, a question for you. I want someone's answer on this as well. But favourite Canadian player before I move on? That's a good question. Favourite Canadian player? I think I'm looking at Dwayne De Rosario. I'm really thinking Dwayne De Rosario. For everything that Dwayne went through in his time, the team that we didn't have compared to this setup, what he did as a player, keeping us in matches, getting goals, and talking one-on-one with Dwayne as well, personally, face-to-face, and through the screen, and on radio and TV. I kind of understand Dwayne De Rosario very well. Number 1, he's a football brain. Number 2, he had the physical ability to get it done. Number 3, was a winner. Won loads of things. Had great times with Dynamo, remember? Yeah. Houston Dynamo, down there in the States, had a fantastic run with those guys and was scoring goals for fun. Was originally in ability Canada's high-scoring talent up until the likes of Kyle Laring came along, and then Jonathan David came along. And now Jonathan David is starting to stretch out. But yeah, Canada's best player for me, I have to say Dwayne De Rosario. For my money. You may well have other guys that you're thinking of, but yeah, favourite Canadian is definitely him. When CPL failed to ensure a team stayed in Edmonton, that's when they lost me. And me as well. You didn't want to keep a team in Edmonton for the Alberta Derby. You put a team in Vancouver. Never understood that. And it's not in Vancouver, it's in Langley. I love the guys in Vancouver, love the guys in Langley, but it's the Whitecaps in Vancouver and it's football club in Langley. But to me, taking it out of Edmonton was a huge mistake by the CPL. You had a club there, but you weren't putting the promotions into it. And if you don't promote what's in a market, you're going nowhere. I'll give you an example. In 2004, I was working at TSN in Edmonton, and a young football team came to fruition. They were called the Edmonton Aviators. The Edmonton Aviators. And that was 2004. I was working at TSN, like I say. Now, I met with the Edmonton Aviators, and the guy's name, Bruce McDonald, I think his name was. Bruce McDonald was his name. Anyhow, I start talking with him about the Aviators and how to promote them and what we need to do and how to build the crowds and this, that, and the other. They didn't spend any money on advertising. They spent $5, literally. I'm not saying that's how much they spent, but they didn't spend enough on advertising. In the complete city of Edmonton, nobody knew about the Edmonton Aviators Professional Soccer Club from the United Soccer League back in 2004. Nobody knew about them. Nobody heard about them. Nobody got anything on TV. Nobody got anything on radio. I was the only guy in Edmonton promoting that club through TSN. I was paying the bills for advertising for that club that didn't pay me for bills. I was showing love to that club to try and nurture that club into the Edmonton market. Within 3 months, the club was bankrupted and out of the market. That was the Edmonton Aviators. I still, and at half time, I'm going to go grab it for you. I still have some of the gear from the Edmonton Aviators. In fact, if you want to hold on a second, I'll go get it right now. Wait there. Coming back at you guys. All right. These shirts that I'm going to show you right now are both 21 years old. Anthem Sportswear with the Ongaro family, Italiano family, Ongaro family, Paul Ongaro, put these shirts together for the Edmonton Aviators. I just told you that I met with the club back in 2004 and said what you need to do. I told them that you need to start promoting the club to the kids. Get the kids in the crowd, start selling it to the youth, get the parents in with them, and there's easy sales. By that time, they were already bankrupt. They were dead in the water before the season started, never told anybody, and when they did finally leave the city, they didn't even pay my bills. They didn't pay anybody's bills. They were bankrupt. They had 19 owners on that club. But again, at TSN, I was putting ads together for that club without their permission to try and get people into it before, after 3 months, they said, we're done. Well, if you don't pay the bills, there's certain things that I have to do. If you don't pay the bills, I'm going to do one or two things. I'm going to get my money back somehow with memorabilia. So what did I do? Well, I'll tell you exactly what I did. And in the next show, I'll show you the placards. But what I did was when I was told, Stevie, we're sorry, no more checks can come out of the club, we're bankrupt, and the accountant has sealed the books. I'm like, fine, I'll get my own back on you. I'll get something off the club. They're like, oh, okay. So that night I came back to the club, and on the outside of the club walls were parking signs, and they were big aluminum parking signs. And I screwed all the parking signs off the wall because they were defunct. They were dead. They weren't coming back. And all the Aviator parking signs, beautiful logos. I'm going to show you the logo here because it's a classic logo. It's fantastic. But I took all the signs off the walls, put them in my trunk, kept them as memorabilia footballing memorabilia, yeah? All the ticket stubs and all the other things, I kept them as football memorabilia, and I've got them. I've got them still. And then I didn't return any of the swag that they gave me for promotion game day use only to be returned after usage. So I said, well, you know what? I'm keeping these. Now, these are the home and away shirts of the Edmonton Aviators from 2004. I'm going to turn one around. That's the away shirt. That's the home shirt. Pretty cool, eh? I'm going to show you the badge. Bring the badge closer to you. But it was a very, very cool outfit. There's the badge. Excuse me. Edmonton Aviators. "21 years old these shirts are, guys, and there's the blue shirt with the badge. And I'll tell you what I'll do. There you go. We'll leave them up there. There you go. I'll leave both of those shirts up there so you can see them even more. But when you're talking about promoting clubs and bringing clubs into Canada, I've spent over 21 years doing it in the media, spending money, promoting Canadian teams in Canada, promoting Canada in Canada. My first interview with the national team was Frank Yallop, also in 2004, and that was also in Edmonton. The CPL and One Soccer, I would say to you, you're doing a fantastic job in many ways. But when you have a club where it is, don't move it. Keep the club where it is. Support it financially, promote it, and keep it going. It is far easier, in my estimation, to support a team that's running right now than a team that you want to blood. Canadian Premier League. You got a team coming in Quebec. Lovely. Lovely. That's lovely. But your team Valor FC, defuncted, doesn't exist anymore. Your team York United is now called Toronto. Inter Toronto. When you have a club in the build, just like you did with Edmonton FC, you've got years in the market. Whether that be failing in the market or really succeeding matters not. You've blooded yourselves into that market. When you withdraw from the market, as small as a CPL is, and as much as I love watching it, but when you withdraw from any market in the Canadian Premier League, and you better listen up, CPL, you're throwing away all the hard work you just did. The dangerous thing that you probably don't even realise is thinking from the angle of the fans. Yeah. All those Edmonton fans, and I'll tell you now, there were some fans groups growing in Edmonton, and the stadium was filling, and the crowd base was building, and there was a real connection going on there, and at the wrong time, they pulled the strings and pulled that club out of Edmonton. They needed to have kept it there. They needed to have put money into it. The stadia was fantastic. It was the perfect stadium, Clark Field. I said for 20 years, that's B team football stadia. That's the second tier. That's where it needs to go. That's where Edmonton FC should have stayed. That's where the Canadian Premier League should be endorsing more teams. It's the perfect environment. It's central to the city of Edmonton. There's no major travel from anywhere, east, north, south, west. It's the same journey from the edge of the city, pretty much. But Clark Field was the perfect venue. The next best place was the U of A, University of Alberta, where they did play a few matches, as that team back in 2004, the Edmonton Aviators, was slowly dying a financial death. But the CPL should have kept that club going in Edmonton. And why you'll never get another team in Edmonton is because you pulled the plugs. You pulled the plugs. So add this up. Edmonton, CPL, One Soccer experts, You had the Edmonton Aviators in 2004. It lasted 3 months. And then nothing. In between there, you had U World Cups, Women World Cups, but no professional soccer. No big team coming in. No rebirth of professional football. Nothing. Nada mente. You took that team out of Edmonton FC, a couple of years ago. So Edmonton football fans who have a massive football family in Edmonton, you're talking youth soccer, men's soccer, women's soccer, it is absolutely phenomenal the amount of people that play soccer in Edmonton. The indoor soccer buildings in that city are second to nobody. The business that is run at the amateur level is phenomenal. I can mention you a guy, Mike Tommy. Big man from EDSA for many years. Mr. Carpentier. Yeah, Mario Carpentier. EMSA, Edmonton Miners Soccer Association, for years. I named you 2 giants in Edmonton football of the amateur level, professional business style that kept the Edmonton market cooking and making money for so many years in that football environment that kept Edmonton on top of the tree. And that Edmonton doesn't get any games at the national level is a catastrophe. Absolute catastrophe. So when you look at Edmonton sports fans of the soccer variety, they're never going to back your league. They're never going to back your league, CPL. They're never going to jump in with you, One Soccer, because you jumped all over them and you killed them. You didn't show the love. It's your business program, not the fans. And they were buying into your business program and you turned your back on them. So don't ever think that Edmontonians will show any love for the CPL again, because you didn't show any love for them. And they had everything you needed in place. And I'll beg to differ on this one. You look at a big club like Cavalry FC in Alberta right now, down at Atco Field. The grass is too long. That's horse jumping pony stuff. That's not a soccer field. That's horse jumping grass. The grass is this thick. If you've ever walked on that grass, and I have, I would not want to play on that. I would not want to run on that. It's too deep. The ball rolls too slow. Your legs become tired after 20 minutes. Hence, that's why the CPL plays at the slowest level of football I've ever seen in my life. And it's not a professional league. Categorically, the CPL is not a professional league. It's a semi-professional at best. And what tier do you think the CPL is? Is it a Premier League? No, it's not. Not even for a second. It's not even close. Could you see, let's just say one club, Vancouver Football Club, could you see them play, say, maybe a team in England? Give me a club, Stevie, what are you thinking? Let's go mid-table, Everton. Go for Everton. Everton against Cavalry FC. And I know Tommy Wilden's dad used to play with Everton. Tommy Wilden Jr., he's the manager. Tommy Wilden Sr. played with Everton back in the day. Everton would batter Cavalry FC every time. It's not a Premier League. And its closest, it's third team. It's the third tier league, is what I'm saying. But I tell you, the way the CPL and the way One Soccer have run this the last few days and a few games and a few hours and a few years, not everything has been done wrong by a far shot. And a lot of good things have been done. But don't kill teams just to rename teams. York United, Inter Toronto. Don't just drift off teams. Valor FC. Don't just kill teams. Vancouver's now got a team, Vancouver Football Club, which should have been Edmonton's team. Don't kill teams just to move them, especially into a mini market. Vancouver Football Club had a great turnout with the matches against Cruz Azul in the Champions Cup this year, yeah? But they won't get those crowds for CPL games. In every match so far, and I've been to Willoughby Stadium, I've done the matches down at Willoughby Stadium. Vancouver Football Club had a great time with all those super nice people. But the stadium's always empty. They don't have fans in Langley for that club to fill the stadium. Vancouver Whitecaps, is a little ways down the road, down Highway 1 as you get to the edge of the coast, Vancouver. So again, the way you build a league is over time. And you keep teams that are failing to keep your club and your league's respectability at a high level. Referees and linesmen are coming out eventually. Game is coming on. And I'm going to go into chat, and we got a game coming on. Hope you listened to all of that. But I was very disappointed when Edmonton left there. In fact, I used to go to the games in Edmonton, and you guys know that saw me up there. And I loved going up to Edmonton. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Okay, the anthems are going to be played here. Tunisia taking on Team Canada. Canada wearing red shirts. By the way, the other shirts, those browny, greeny, brown-coloured tops, I am not going to buy one of them. Not for a second. Not for a second of the day. Alfonso Davies is from Edmonton. For goodness sake, we will Commonwealth soccer matches. Yeah, we fill Commonwealths for soccer matches. We have to. We have to. But hey, talking from Edmonton, how many games did we put together for World Cups, Women's World Cup, U20 World Cups, U Women's World Cups? How many? Yeah, we got them all done. Now the men's coming, and all the games and all the work we did in Edmonton for the CSA, for FIFA. Remember, I was a local organising committee for the World Cup. I know what you get done. I know what has to be done. But all the work we did in Edmonton, and we got nothing out of it. I don't think any other city over the years has done as much for football in a barren place as much as Edmonton is for professional football than any other city. BMO's done what it's got with Toronto Field, with TFC. BC Place has done what it's got with Vancouver FC. Not a problem. Montreal, Saputo Stadium, done a great job. No problem at all. Those are the high levels. Looking at the scenes on the crowd, I do like that red jacket. I'm thinking I might want to purchase one of those red jackets, but I'm not picking up one of those green, crappy, brown, whatever colour, whatever nation that's supposed to be, because that ain't a Canadian colour on their training gear. But that is worth it. Angus says the Whitecaps have less than desired pitch to play on. They do. They do. I don't normally like to name drop, but I was walking on that field with David Beckham 18 years ago, and we were shocked at the field. That's all I'm going to say. You're right. You're bloody right. Absolutely right. 100 pro. What's the score going to be now? What's the score going to be, guys? Tell me what you think your score is going to be. What is the score going to be? The field looks better today than it did on the weekend, and that's because of that rain that was lashing down for the last hour or so. The field on the weekend was dry, bone dry. Wasn't really fun. So let's get ready for it. The game's coming along. We'll have a lot more fun, and we'll see where we are after 90 plus. I do hope that Canada and the guys are up for this. Lots and lots and lots of empty seats. Arabim Pepple. Bim Pepple, full name is Arabim, not Bim. I hope one day he learns to get his full name out there. Arabim is his name. Max Krupo in net. I want Max to have another big game tonight. I'm sure he will. We've got quite a few seats empty. Tunisia not coming for fun. They're coming to get a result. And Canada in the all black, as I am too. Angus reporting Portugal 2-0 up in 91. Not looking good for US men's national team. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, fella. Hear what you're saying. Okay, let's get ready for the game. And let's have some fun with this one. Let's see where we go with this one. CONCACAF referees be in for a bit of a frustrating time. That's all I'm going to tell you. Scene is set. Scores, guys. Scores, guys. What do you think for the scores? Here we go. The game is on. Jesse Marsh on the sideline. Let's see who performs tonight. I'm quite happy to see Maxime Croupeau in net. And Shamak is in net for Tunisia. Decent crowd considering the weather. Now we go. Second game going. Great points, guys, in the chat. Great points. The referee's a wimp, by the way. He's got 2 shirts on. And if you're not laughing, you should be. Ball is live. Throw-in coming up to Canada. Nico Surgol with the ball. Not the best throw. Looks like it slips out of his hands there. Field is going to be wet. It's going to be chilly on the floor. Probably plays into Canada's favour. Saliba winning the ball. Nice one-on-one battle there. And that's what you got to do. You've got to win the one-on-ones. Ball's going out. Saliba wants to be careful kicking the ball away. Sometimes referees want to give you a straight yellow for that. Have to be careful. Disciplined play. And no Tajon Buchanan again tonight. Just reminding you, Tajon got the red card in the last match. Leonardo Baraviera says 2-0 Canada. Okay, Leo, let's see if that happens. That would be good for business. Liam Miller down the wing. Crosses the ball in. Easy gather for the keeper. Terrible cameraman work. Why would they want to put promotions all over the screen when you're watching the match go forward? Asinine productions. But 2-0 Canada, says Leonardo Baraviera from Brazil. Careful with that ball on that surface. Might scoot over your foot and into the goal, Mr. Shamak. In net for Tunisia. Or Tunisie in French. Francais. Ball going down along. Skidding off the turf. No, headed out. Nico Surgol with the ball on the ground. Takes a touch. Waterman on the ball, advancing from left over. Moving to the left. Flores now tricky. Mr. Flores turns once, turns twice. Gets the ball back. Referee says, free kick. Chippy Ricky. Booked already? No, but checked already. Hey, One Soccer, get the crap off the screen. There's a time for ads and there's a time for banners. Blocking half the screen with a massive banner is not the way people do things in football. You got a top left corner. Use that. Tunisia now coming down the left wing, coming down the right wing. Ball on the top, ball long. Not the best take. And I'm finding myself looking at Tunisia, not enjoying the wet field. Letiev doesn't bring it down. Tricky. Can get the ball in. Will find that slot eventually. Ball over the top, skidding on the turf. Liam Miller might get this one. Looks like he's picking it off. He's picking it off, but unfortunately doesn't beat 3 men. Great effort by Liam Miller. Beating 2, not 1. By the way, what do you think about that black kit. What do you think of the shirt? I want to know the shirt, the black shirt. I need to know about the black shirt. Absolutely, Ryan. Good work by Miller. Absolutely. On the money, Ryan. Flores now on the ball. Back over to Richie Larea. Chippy Ricky back to Flores. Flores now becoming the playmaker. Silky feet, gifted feet. Ball needs to go left. Goes left. Saliba now into Flores. He's not going to make that. Yeah, Miller's doing great work. And there you see Flores with his lovely red hair. But again, guys, this black shirt for Canada. What do you think of the shirt? Do you like it? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Do you want it? You're buying it? Or you're not buying it? What are you thinking? Does it look like a painter's shirt? Did someone go painting on a night? Did someone get spray painted? What are your thoughts? Ball over the top, running through. And I tell you what, breaking away. I tell you what, referee's calling back. Nothing. No foul. Referee waving it off. Quite fortuitous, but no foul. Chippy Ricky back over to Kone. Kone now running with the ball, having a great season in Italia. Sassuolo. Coming forward now. Chippy Ricky down the left wing. Loads of space. Taps off. Goes inside. Shot coming in. Good save by the keeper. Quite an easy save for Shamak to make. Oluwaseyi directly at the keeper. Trouchy McTrouch out laughing his arse off at spray paint shirt. You betcha, buddy. I've been looking at these shirts for the last couple of days ever since they came out. One thing, I think the prices for adults okay. We earn more money than kids. We can afford those expensive shirts. But the kids' shirts are too expensive. Corner coming in. Near post, headed out. Liam Miller picks up the scraps. Going from left to right. Circles out. Goes to the right wing. Cross coming back in. Into the middle. Tic-tac-toe. Trying the fancy play. Simple play would have been cross it in and get it in there. Canada on the ball now. Tunisia under pressure. Clearing it out. Going for the corner. Ryan says, I like it. Prefer it over the red shirt. Yes. The red shirt is so boring. And it is boring. That Nike design for the red shirt needs to change. Going over the top. Canada going close, but not close enough. But yes, I agree with you, Ryan. I like it. Prefer it over the red shirt. The red shirt is so boring. And when you think about designs, why doesn't Canada hire someone and get their own badge, get their own design going? Because for me, what Macron, what Umbro, Adidas, anybody else, what they can make, you can make as good, if not better, if not a different design. So bring up your own design. They had chance, and I talked about this after the last World Cup. Bring your own design. Sell it over the next 4 years. You've got a World Cup coming to Canada. If you can't see that kind of management and that kind of marketing, who the hell have we got at CSA? 4 years wasted. You could have had your own brand. You could have literally cemented your own brand. Canada come forward. Down the left side, Miller keeping the ball, beating two players. Doesn't get any further. Referee calls the foul. Interesting foul. It's an interesting foul. Angus McWhirter, San Jose Earthquakes tied-away kit looks like something to wear to the beach. Tied-away kit. Yeah. So I'm saying spray paint. You're saying tied-away. That's bloody lovely. Lukewarm. Absolutely tied-away. Lukewarm. Yes. Tie-dye. Tie-dye. Yes. Tie-dye, not tied-away. Tie-dye. Yes. Brilliant. 8 minutes gone. 7:15. We're nearly 2 hours behind time. And I think if you keep delaying games on the Canadian fans and those that are not massive Canadian fans, you'll see them leave early and you'll see them stop coming. There has to be more than just the game for a lot of fans to come to events, sporting events. It has to be about the event, not just the game. And when you delay it 2 hours, It begs the question, where is the retractable stadium roof? Where's that? And don't tell me it's about money. Where's the retractable roof? Just saying. A big stadium in Europe, South America, China, they have those buildings, and many of them, and they would be closing the roof, and nobody would be getting wet, and this game would be over, wouldn't be delayed. So again, think about how things are done and how things need to be done. Sponsors are the key. Money, people. Richie Larea now on the ball. Steady as a rock, Chippy Ricky. Holding the game at ransom. Foot on the ball. Flores now going down the left wing. Very impressive so far. And to me, Flores is endearing himself to the coach, to the fans, and to possibly a starting place on June 12th. He's been impressive. Here he is again, the wee man on the wide side, passes the ball off, going wide. Chippy Ricky can't get it in, keeps possession. Battled, no free kick. Yes, a free kick. Don't agree with it. I don't agree with that free kick, but it is. We've got a soft referee blowing anything that moves. Watch for the diver for the penalty, because I'm worried if the dive goes in, he gives it. 10 minutes gone, 80 minutes to go. Tea time. I have never seen a white guy with red dreads in my life. Never once. Flores. White guy, red dreads. El Mexicano, Canada. Ball in. Keeper takes it nice and easy. Nice little chip, though. Someone runs in. Ball thrown from outside the box. It should have been a handball. Wasn't called. This refereeing team is becoming a bit of a nausea. Ball going out for the throw. Chippy getting thrown over. Watch carefully. Watch. There. Oh, yes. It's handball. Handball outside the box. Clear as day. Why do we have referees and linesmen if you can't spot that simple infraction? Why can't they spot something that simple? And I've had this referee before. And he's a nummus nuttus. If you can't understand that, you're not sarcastic like me. 0-0, 11 minutes coming up to 12. Tunisia not really offering too much, but have shown some wing play. Again, we need to see something from JD tonight. Big battle on the sideline, going down the line. Still alive. Chippy Ricky doesn't read that one correctly. Ball going inside. Foul. Referee blows it down straight away. Free kick coming up. Tunisia on the right wing. Strong physical tackle. Nothing doing. Wasted situation. Canada coming back the other way. Liam Miller at halfway on the ball, passing it all the way back. Joel Waterman over. Moving forward. Again, Flores on the left wing. One-on-one now. Cuts inside. Looking for the decision pass. Gets the pass. Gets it back. Moving forward. Great feat by Flores. I tell you what, very skillful. Doing a number on Tunisia right now. Very clever. Into space. Sees the man in space. Keeps the ball moving well. Kone can't measure up. But Flores, very active. Doing a lot of good things. Canada ranked 30 in the world. Tunisia, if you didn't know, are ranked 44. So a bit of a top 50, top 30 to top 50 team going off here. Tunisia can pull a surprise every once in a while. Very comfortable in defence, as you can see. Not panicking under pressure. Tic-tac-toeing out of the zone. And the throw goes out, coming in. Tunisia get the throw in. Straight back into play, not wasting any time. Saliba wins the ball. Down the line. Coming out for the corner. Nice play by JD, wins the corner. Or I should say Tani wins the corner. "15 minutes coming up. David Scappin. David, how you doing, fella? Good evening to you, my friend. David Scappin's in the house, guys. He's been here a few times. Oh, yeah. Welcome, David. So far, so good. I like what I see with Flores. It's been an interesting match. Nothing splitting the teams. Both measuring up quite even. We better not take Bosnia for granted. Absolutely, David. Absolutely. I keep saying that. We got to be very careful of B&H. Because what they did to Wales and what they did to Italia, they can quite easily do to Canada. They work hard and they get their rewards, do the Bosniaks. They really got their rewards. They played for everything they got in those two matches. Overcame everything on the road away at Wales and overcame everything at home against Italia. But that red card, that's what turned the fortunes Bosnia's way. That red card. Liam Miller now down the wing. Passing off. Nico Seeger down the line. Put the ball in first time. He does. Takes a touch. Kone can't go with the ball. Tunisia battling very comfortable out of defence. Precision passing. Nice and sweet. Going down the right side. Great ball. Going all the way. Keeper comes. Maxime Croupeau just got there in time. Woody Windsor. Hey, Woody, how you doing, fella? Bosnia and Czechia upset the favourites. Yes, they did. Did you get a chance to see the Bosnia game? It was a fantastic match, I tell you. Honestly, Woody, fantastic game. But welcome in, my friend. Good to see you. Good to see you. Canada keeping the ball in play. Chippy Ricky in the corner. Going to get tackled. Gets tackled. Ball is loose. Canada coming up with the ball. Jonathan David, very deep back into the feet. Just a second, guys. I'm just looking something up here. There we go. Okay, that's absolutely useless. Just a word of warning. Anybody, don't bother using Google for football. It won't work for you. They're garbage. Google is garbage where football's concerned. I just checked a couple of sites out. They don't work anything on this game. Into the chat. Would you put Flores in a more central position? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. Absolutely, David. I definitely would. I think, why limit a guy to half the field when he's so creative and he's got such soft feet, such a quick brain, and that pass that can slip through or over or around? You definitely got to put him in the middle. I totally agree with that, David. Absolutely put Flores in the middle. Man down for Tunisia, holding his back. And it's not a head injury. The referee stopped the game. What are they going to do now? But yeah, put him in the middle. Just want to check something, guys. That's what I thought. Back as we were, bringing up the game. Mafati's not too happy with that. And Priso wants to be a little bit careful, yeah? Keep playing and throwing people the body like that, you're probably walking into the referee's book. And you're probably going to get cleated by the other team and abused by the other team. Start throwing the body, they'll throw the body on you. I'll tell you another thing about Tunisia. Don't upset them. If you upset them and you piss them off, you'll bargain for more than you expect. So, playing dirty against Tunisia is not your best tactic. Ryan says, would you take Tani off and move David up? Ball coming down now. Flores on the left wing, comes round, gets round, winning the corner, keeps it in. Oh, he should have let the corner go. Keeps it alive. Tunisia now moving the other way. Down the line. Long ball down the field. Deadly. It needs to go down the right side again. Goes down the right side. He's onside. Needs to go to the left side. It'll be 1-0. Pass off again. Should have passed it off. Should have passed it off. That should be 1-0 Tunisia. The overlap on the left side. It should have been one more pass and Canada would have been undone. And look at the guys jogging back. Black shirts jogging back. Jogging back. You can't jog back when you're defending. You've got to race back. When you saw the Italians earlier in the game against Bosnia, although they lost, every time they had to get back, they sprinted back as a team. And that's what this team in black needs to do. And the physical nature of this game is picking up. Priso just got a piece back. I told you it was coming back, didn't I? He just got a piece back on. You want to use the physical game? Tunisia will meet you. They'll play that game. And you might not like the level they play it to. You can see the physical nature now is being picked up with tackles from behind on Canadian players. Blame Priso. Putting the cleats in, putting the body in, you'll bring it back on you. You need to play football, not murder ball. And if you're trying to win yourself a spot in this team for the World Cup, you need to do better than that. I'm not a fan of number 3, Priso, not at all. He brings up something brilliant. But yeah, would you take Tani off and move David up? I think I would. I've seen enough of Tani over the matches to give me a feeling that he doesn't have the ability, the speed, the thinking power. He might get you one goal in every 10 games or so or something like that, but he's not prolific. Flores now on the edge of the box. Saliba. Back to Flores. Flores now on the ball, on the edge of the box. Clips it over. Going to the far side. Open wide. And that's why you take Tani off. Okay? Any more ability than that? No, he doesn't. You have all the time in the world to have that ball fall at your feet without snapping at the shot. Watch the replay. Watch the replay. Watch him. He's nowhere near it. Watch this. He could bring that ball and let it fall to the floor and hit the half volley as it lands on the grass, which will guarantee that ball doesn't go over the bar. I've watched Tani miss too many. What did I just say? 1 in 10. Go with that. Now, Woody Windsor brings up a beautiful point. My cup is overflowing as Wrexham women win the league and do a double. It's fantastic, isn't it, eh? Fantastic. I mean, Dale, the coach for Wrexham last year, could never have done what Jenny's done this year as the coach. Jenny Sugarman, the coach for Wrexham women, done phenomenal. And yeah, they've beaten Cardiff, the big team, to the title. Cardiff winning the title back-to-back last couple of years. An excellent season by the Red Dragons. And the Wrexham women are now champions of Wales in the highest women's division, the Adran Premier League. So congratulations to the women. Parizo's got a problem. He's got a problem. I think he's done the hamstring, or he's got cramp. Overstretching. That's what did it. That stretch. Watch this stretch. That there. That's a hamstring or cramp. One of the two. Looks like it's hamstring. Another injury coming Canada's way. Sometimes on them wet fields, you don't dive in. Stay on your feet. Keep the muscles locked in all the way up to your ass. Extending, hyperextending on the cold, sliding along, unbalancing the muscles. You're off balance and you pull the hammy. It's too easily done. But yes, Woody Windsor, my cup is overflowing as well for the Wrexham women and what they've done. And they've literally turned themselves into a team from the last couple of years where they could only finish second or third, and that's all they'd ever be, and lose a bag load and lose a few, is what I'd say. But they've done well. They've done well. Now it's up to the men to win something this year. 3 promotions back-to-back for Team Wrexham, which has been phenomenal. And the women, I'm glad to say it, the women have put themselves on the map. Because quite clearly, Cardiff and Swansea City, the women's teams, were on the map. Top of the tree. And that, a couple of years ago, Wrexham women were a league division lower. They've gone up a division and won the next division. Eh? Amazing. There you go. There's the hamstring. Parizo's off. In comes another guy. David Scappin says, if Isaac comes back for Sweden, I think they can surprise people. I agree with you. Yeah. I'm very happy to see Sweden there. In comes Kamal Miller. Hopefully he doesn't give an assist to Tunisia tonight and get us scored on like he did in the last game at about this time in the match. Hopefully Miller gets it done. Trouty McTrout says, Waterman making a lot of blunders. Man, I'm not happy. You know, it's hot or cold. Terrible ball out of defence by Tunisia. Ball going through it. Liam Miller wants it, slide it in the net. Good save by the keeper. It's alive on the edge of the box. Do we get a shot? Saliba, 1-2 with Flores to Saliba. Coming on the left wing. Going back inside. Little chip over. Into the middle. Tunisia defending with their lives, defending very well. Ball still alive. Canada on the edge of the box, moving forward. Advantage play. Shot coming in! And a great save by Shamak. Brilliant save by the keeper. Brilliant shot by Liam Miller. And great play by Canada for keeping the play alive. Man down. JD. No, it's Kone. Kone's down, slapping his hands, slapping the grass, in pain. Let's take a look at what happens to him. But the shot coming in. Great save by the keeper the first time around, but the second time was even better. Yes. Cleats across the ankle. There you go. My life. I tell you, that's guaranteed red card. That's a guaranteed red card in anybody's book. Take a second look at this one. Wow. No card by the referee? Wow. You get to the soft touch English Premier League and that's a red card and numbnut referees bringing out yellow. Wow. Where are the decisions going in this game? And I'm not talking about just this game. I'm talking about the game of football. Where are the decisions going? Where are these referees appearing from? They can't see a straightforward foul. I don't know what they can see. I am baffled that Kone didn't get a call there. Baffled. Ball coming in. Big corner. Kone on the end of it. It's gone to the keeper. Wow. Come on, Miller nearly scooping it over the line, but it went straight to the keeper. Chamakh picks it up, kicks it long, and Tunisia now down the right wing. Seeger holding him off. Another free kick coming up. And the referee pulls it straight out. Tani Ilyasei having a nightmare out there, and I think Jesse Marsh needs to know this is not the guy. I sometimes ask myself what happened to this Canadian team with the physicality that we're showing now. We never used to dive in like this. We never used to be over physical like this. This is your coach. That is the direction. Get stuck in. Win the second balls. Be tough. Kick them off the park. Some kind of language is being used like that, because what I'm seeing with this Canadian national team is they're getting more physical where they don't need to be. Ball coming out of play into the arms. Croupeau gathers. But what exactly is Jesse Marsh getting our guys to do? Really? And Ryan says, oh no, not Kamal. I know, I get you. I know. And he's on the wing, yeah? He's on the right wing. Is Kamal Miller a left-sided defender? Ask yourself that question. I don't think so. Miller is stronger in the middle, but hey, if he's going to have a foul pass, then it better be a foul pass on the wing, then it doesn't get scored on. But again, Prizo's gone, Kamal Miller's in on 26, and that was that. And Parizo can probably blame himself in a little way for being a little too physical, enticing Tunisia to get physical on him, and then in that challenge when he gets squished a little bit, the hamstring goes. Stay on your feet. Yes, stay on your feet, flat-footed. You don't pull anything. Ball down the line now. Is he going to get cross in? Turns back. Flores gets the return. Doesn't put the cross in. Dick's down. Cross comes in now. On the end of it, going out for a goal kick. Another miss by Tani, not even close to it. With the ability what Ilyasei shows us, you must ask yourself why we don't put someone in at half-time. If we don't change him at half-time, ask why not. Jeffrey Perrin, I'm back for my first soccer double game. Jeffrey Perrin, what did I miss? Jeffrey, you haven't missed anything right now. 0-0 so far, 31 minutes in. Prizo for Canada has been taken out with an injury to the hamstring, what looks like. Kamal Miller, who coughed up the assist for the Iceland goal, first goal last match, he's replaced him. So far, so good. Tunisia very confident in defence, very confident on the ball, nicely building the ball from defence, but haven't had anything really up front so far. It's been there, but not there enough. And Canada, on the other hand, loads of ball play. Ilyasei, Tani has had a few chances but done nothing. And we're literally looking to get to half-time with some kind of flow in the game. Right now, it's a 50-50 battle of attrition. Canada's in this, Tunisia's in this, but nobody's bossing it per se. Ball over the top by Kamal Miller, down the left wing, going out of play. Flores will not get that one. Great point coming in from David Scaplin. Brilliant points. And something we have talked about. I'm going to get there in a second. Ball going down on the edge of the box. Maxime Croupeau clears the ball out of danger, going up the left side. Flores can't get there. Saliba heads it down. But Tunisia coming back up with the ball, breaking through the middle. Free kick coming up. No free kick. David Scaplin says we got to tone down the physicality. 4 red cards, 3 in 6 games. Thank you very much, David. I will reiterate that point. If you're picking up 4 red cards or 3 red cards in 6 matches, I blame your coach 100%. Whatever the directive is from Jesse Marsh is getting us in trouble. We're not normally a physical, dirty team, but red cards points to that. So again, I'm going to say it. What exactly is Jesse Marsh getting these guys fired up to do. It makes me wonder sometimes that he's setting them up to be over physical. And that's why we're getting the red cards. We did not ever pick up the red cards in the fashion that we're picking up now, per se, under John Herdman in all the time he was here. In the first while that Jesse Marsh came in, we didn't pick up the red cards. It's in the last while. Cast your minds back. Jesse the Big Mouth Marsh was banned for a few games, remember? Put 2 and 2 together. We need a coach that's calm, a coach that's resilient, and a coach that's professional. You don't need to fire the guys up. You just need to get them game ready. Ball coming down the left wing now. Chippy Ricky now looking for Flores. Flores now puts the ball in, doesn't put it in, takes the time. Tricky stuff. Far post, headed out. Tunisia looking to clear. They do clear it. Coming forward. Ball over the top. And I tell you what, the ball breaks free. 2-on-1. This has to be 1-0. A simple pass left and it's 1-0. And a terrible pass. Terrible pass. Didn't give him any chance to shoot. Well done, Liam Miller. He's the only one that's running back. Where's the rest of them? Where's the rest of them? Miller, the only one running back at pace. Where are the rest of them? Well done, Liam. David Skaplin says, let's give Peppel a run out. You know, it's getting closer to it, but well done, Liam. Look at all these guys jogging back. I've said this twice now. The Canadian team jogging back. When you're under pressure like that, you've got to be sprinting back. But Liam Miller is the only one next to Richie Larrea, Chippy Ricky, covering on the right side. 9 other players didn't get back. That's what I'd be ripping their heads off for at half time. And I'd be using some choice words. Get your asses back. Ball coming in. Tunisia. Big ball. Winning the second ball. Winning the first ball. Tunisia looking for the layoff. In possession. Swerving the ball from right. Moving all the way over to the left. Coming back to the right. But again, 9 lazy bastards jogging back. Only Liam Miller and Richie Larrea getting back. Free kick coming up. Referee easy to blow. Well done, Liam. Well done, Liam Miller. And I'm going to say, I'm going to agree with what I asked you about the shirts. I prefer that black shirt over the red shirt. I think the spray paint is pretty fantastic. I love it. Or the tie-dye, whichever you want. But yeah, I'm loving it. I'm going back into the chat. I'm going to see who said that. Spray paint or tie-dye. Here we go. There you are. There you are there. Maxime with the ball, taking his time. There we go. There's the spray paint. Trouty McTrout. LOL at the spray paint shirt. Yes. And Ryan says, good work by Miller. Absolutely, Ryan. Tunisia is showing more up front right now. And I'll tell you what, we need to watch our tactics. We've been caught out in midfield on the 3-on-2. Tunisia coming through the middle. Clever little tactic. And Ryan, I got to agree with Ryan. I have to agree with Ryan. I know red is our colour, but I think we have the most boring international shirt on the planet. Most boring shirt on the planet. This black shirt is lovely. I love the spray paint. Or the tie-dye from Angus. But Ryan, yeah. It's boring, that red shirt. I got to agree with you, mate. I've never said it before, but I think you're dead right. 37 minutes gone, 0-0 so far. No assists from Kamal Miller this time around, but he's on the field again. Let's see what happens. Waterman now coming forward. Nice ball down the line. Liam Miller having a great game tonight. Tries to go past 2. Should get a foul. Doesn't get the foul. Referee says play on. Going down the middle over the top. Tunisia one more time. Looking very, very alive with the long ball play. Coming down the middle. Coming in the middle. Good tackle coming in. No foul. Carry on, says the referee. Tunisia swarming around the box. Into the middle it comes. Loads of players in the middle, passing it off. Winning the first ball, winning the second ball, back again, keeping in possession. 7 minutes to go till half-time. And the picture is going crazy again on us. I don't know if it's going crazy on you, but it's going crazy on us. But yeah, I agree with you, David. Maybe at half-time, Peppel maybe gets a run out. Never a foul, never a foul, never a foul. And if you're going to dive like that and not get a foul, then the referee's got to book him. Another guy down. Is that Waterman with a hamstring? Maybe not. Maybe just a friction. Maybe just got hit. Jeffrey Perrin says they look professional. They do. They do. They do, yeah. Trouty says Liam Miller block was the kind of thing I expect from Fonzie. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. And there's a question. Are we a better team with Fonzie or not? Because it's been so long without him. I've forgotten who he is. What do you think? Are we better with or without? Free kick coming up. Tunisia on the edge of the box. Right side coming in. Great cross. Well headed out. Seeger getting the clearance. Seeger now racing for the tackle. Knocks it upfield. Tries to win the corner. But he knocks it upfield. Ball going forward now. Should be a free kick. Absolute free kick. Your man Flores grounded again. Round the neck. Take a close look. Round the neck. Did you see that? Your man Flores is becoming a bit of a great addition for this team. But I agree with the chat. He needs to be in the middle. Ball coming in far side. Flores will get that. Beautiful take. Should have got the shot off quicker. Nonetheless, ball needs to go to the right side. Saliba now passes off. Seeger on the ball. Will now go into the middle. Waterman on the ball. Back to Seeger. Back to Waterman. Needs to come across to Kamal. Comes to Kamal. Going down the left wing. And Jonathan David on the left wing where he does not need to be. And why the hell is he on the left wing? Get in the middle. JD now. Passes off to Flores. JD now. In midfield where he doesn't need to be. That's too deep. I asked for 20 feet, not 50 feet. If you want to know why, he's trying to lose the marker. Ball over the top, going in. Nice play. Richie Loray now. Doesn't put the cross in. Delays on the edge of the box. Ball coming far side. Easily repelled one more time by Tunisia. Very comfortable in defence. Coughing up the ball, however. Coming back the other way. Inspiration from Mr. Flores. Richie Loray on the edge of the box. Kone down to the right side. Liam Miller on the ball. Beautiful play inside. Needs to put it inside first time. Going for the corner. Corner kick by Tunisia. 41 minutes gone. Coming up to half-time. Leonardo Baraviera says, tie from Croatia. I tell you what, there's another team that you have to be showing respect for in the World Cup. Croatia. Not exactly one of the favourites, but definitely dark horses to do damage on a few of the big teams. If they hit the ground running. Teams getting older in a few places. 3 minutes to half-time. At half-time, we've got a half-time show for you showing the groups and also the red and the grey seats. Which do you prefer? Kamal Miller getting a talk to. Out swinging corner. Interesting. Onto the penalty spot. That's where they need to go. Beautiful corner. Goal kick. 9 times out of 10, you see the in-swinging corner. I love the out-swinging corner because the out-swinging corner takes the ball away from the keeper. It negates the goalkeeper 100%. In-swingers, that's when you see the keeper come out, punch it or grab it, claim it, smother it. But the out-swinging corner is the trick of a corner. Why put it close to the keeper when you can put it closer to the penalty spot and a thunderous header into the back of the net. Absolutely. Absolutely. Trouty McTrout. Liam Miller, block was the kind of thing I'd expect from Fonzie. Well done from Shamak, clearing the line very closely. Tunisia living dangerously in their own box, but do clear the lines. Ryan says, US lost 2-0 to Portugal. That's not a bad result. Better than 5-2 to Belgium. Leonardo says, tie from Croatia. Absolutely. Talking about Alfonso, is he best off in defence or best off in midfield? Because he's got that pace, and I'd love to have that pace operating down the wing. But is he better off in midfield or down in defence? Tunisia now really coming into the game in the last 5 minutes. Operating very well in the final third, getting more of the ball, adventuring down the field, and looking more imposing and threatening. Canada coming back the other way. Tani in midfield, has the ball, taps it off. Not the kind of ball Flores wanted. Miller gets it, but taps it straight back to Flores, who knows what he wants to do with the ball. Looking around, into the middle it goes. Saliba on the ball, takes a touch. Over to Kone. Kone straight down to the right wing, onto the foot of Miller. Miller backs it up. Seeger coming in. Back to Miller. Miller puts the cross in, not your best cross. Needs more air under that ball. David says, we tend to play better without Fonzie. Thank you, my man. I say the same thing. We don't end up looking for Fonzie all night long because apparently he's the only one that can play. I think he limitates Canada. And I think we play better without him. 100% David Scaplin, I agree with you 100%. Ryan, I'd play Davies on the left wing. There you go. Not in defence. In the left wing. I agree with that one, Ryan, 100%. 100%. Miller now has the ball at his feet. Tic-tac-toeing. Canada moving forward into the box. Ball needs to come across, and it doesn't come across. And Kone holds his head like he's done many times and doesn't get the quality at the final pass. Although, you got to say, down there in Italia, Sassuolo, he's having a decent season. Ryan, David agrees with it, would rather have Fonzie as a winger. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to put him in defence. I want him further up there as more of a weapon. He's got the pace, he's got skill, he can shoot, he can pass very accurately, but he needs to be in a place of creativity at the international level. We got enough defenders, and we do it very well. We need more assistance down the wings. On the money, David. On the money, Ryan. On the money, Leonardo. Brilliant. Time is nearly up. We're going to go to halftime here pretty soon. We're going to play you some halftime stuff, show you the groups of the World Cups, and also the red and the grey seats. We're going to show you one more time. People are tuning in who want to know what I was talking about grey seats. I'll let you know at halftime, guys. That's coming in from the email. Time is nearly up. The referee's looked at his watch already. Jonathan David on the ball. There you go. Half-time is done. And the referee blows for half-time. 0-0. 3 hours later, we are at half-time. 0-0. Tunisia, I would think Tunisia would be happier with this match. 44 in the world. Have had a great showing. Canada, for a disjointed team that's not noted to be together on the field with the same amount of new guys at the same time, doing quite well so far. Half-time is 0-0. Second half, change it up. Tani needs to come out. I have no hate on for anybody. Not at all. But Tani needs to come out. Tani come out, and hey, you know what? Let me have a look. Let me have a look. And let you have a look right now at the starting lineups. There's your starting lineups, okay? Take a look at your starting lineups. Think about who's coming on. David says, even with all our injuries, we are still not playing all that bad. Correct. But we've got to keep that level up. Got to keep the level moving. Got to keep the pressure on. looking at I'm going to bring up the starting lineups and the subs bench as we're looking at it. Who would you bring on? Who's the next best to bring on? Interesting question. Interesting question. Who would you next bring on? Would you bring on Arabin Pepple? Is Pepple the man? Would you bring on Arabin Pepple? Would he be the guy to come on? Just the question. I think I would be looking at probably bringing him on. Not guaranteeing it, but I think I would be looking at that. But there's the lineup so far. There's what we could bring in. Prizo's out, number 3, and obviously Kamal's in that slot right now. That's the team as you're looking at it. If you're just joining us, down below are where the subs are. I say, why not? If you want to try this guy out and you're not sure about Pepple and you've never seen him before, you want to see him play, don't you? I'd say bring him on and see what he's got. You never know. But for the next 7 minutes 20, I want to take you offline one more time and take you to the half-time show and show you the groups coming through for the World Cup and also show you one more time about those grey and red seats. Take a look at that. I'll be back in 7:22. Enjoy what you've got there, and I'll see you shortly. Everything's good. And there's Cabby. So there we go. Me and Cabby are looking at a few images right now, guys. I've got to tell you. And it's to do about Canada and Group B. It is, isn't it? Eh? It's going to be tough, eh? Shall we explain what we're thinking? Yeah? Yeah? And you're telling me if you're Italian, if you're Bosnia, Herzegovina, yeah? You got to keep listening? Diolch. Thank you for watching. Just please like and subscribe. Let's get ready for that World Cup because I really think we've got a real decent show coming in 2026. Let's get ready for the playoffs. Like, subscribe, join the family. Thank you. Having a little swig of tea. Thanks for all the love. I love all of you, and I love you loving this channel, and I love you jumping in here. And Jeffrey Perrin, thank you very much for being here. It is work to do this, but it's fun work. Why? Because we're all together. We've all been on this channel for 5 years. Yes, I'll just show you something if you didn't realise, but I'm going to show you something that we have been around for 5 years on YouTube. Absolutely. The post-match will be coming up pretty soon. We're going to get rid of that. Thank you very much. Bishkala. But 5 years on YouTube as we are right now. So Jeffrey Perrin, thank you very much for liking and subscribing, joining in the channel, and Red all the way, absolutely, every given day. 5 years we've done it. I do say thank you very much. Get yourself ready in for the second half, because the first half is over. The second half is coming, as you can see. Get ready for it. Trouch Trout, 2 streams in one day. Shout out to Stocker Stevie. Thank you, brother. 2 streams in one day. I've never done that before, but I'll tell you a story as we're going back into the game. What I have done in the past, and it was in Edmonton actually that I did this. It was in 2007. It was the U20 Youth FIFA World Cup, the World Cup that Sergio Aguero won with Argentina in BMO Field, Toronto in 2007. Throughout that World Cup, I, in Edmonton, announced 9 World Cup matches at that World Cup, the U20 men's FIFA World Cup. 9 matches. 3 occasions, there were 2 double headers. And I was never a fan of double headers. But when you think of geography and travel distance and everything else within Canada, it's easy to put on a double header and have 4 teams come into one location on one day than have teams keep coming back and opening up the stadium again, and the lights and everything else, concessions, the media and everything else. Logistically in Canada, it's much more easier to do a double header at a big stadium to get 4 teams through instead of 2. I did that 3 times. Now hear this. When you do a FIFA match and you announce a FIFA match, you've got to be there 4 hours before the match kicks off. Yeah. So I was there 4 hours before the first match kicked off, right? The second match was 2 hours in between, so there's 6 hours. So I was in another 2 hours there. Then 2 hours for the game makes 8 hours. Then after the press conferences, added up the press conference of the second match, I was in Commonwealth Stadium running that match for the media for 9 hours. 9 hours. Absolutely. And I tell you, you come away exhausted. You can keep talking forever, but you come away exhausted. 2 games back to back is a lot of work. Now, the difference doing 2 games there and 2 games here with us is that just like in the media, everything's directed and everything's produced, ready to go. That's why you've got halftime video and images, I should say. And that's why you've got video and images throughout the show as well. It's all pre-produced by yours truly so that you have a show. And you have that with TV as well. And it's going to get more and more and more as we go through. But I've got to say again, doing 2 games at a World Cup was exhausting. Doing 2 games in a watch-along situation where the reason why I talk so much is because I'm broadcast trained. You see that there? That certificate on the wall? That's my broadcast degree. It took a long time and a lot of money to get that. But that's what I use on TV and on radio. When you're trained in that format, you know exactly what people need to hear and how long it's going to go and what you need to do and how exhausted you're going to be. Running 2 games in a FIFA format in the building is less work than this. Just so you know. It's less work than this. But as much fun as it was to announce them FIFA games, and literally I was like a kid in a candy shop. I was in my element, loved it. And I can still remember loving those moments in Edmonton at Commonwealth Stadium, in the media booth, you know, the one right at the end where everybody who ever announced anything in that building sits in that booth. Well, I was in that booth for a month, and I was in there with 3 guys. One guy was Glenn Quinn, and he was the Edmonton Oilers producer. All the games in Edmonton at Skyreach originally. Northlands before that. Yeah. Glenn was your man. And I also had a guy called Adam from CBC, and he was a lovely fella. And I'll end it with a little joke. Every time I set up to do a game for Canada at Commonwealth Stadium at the World Cup, I did this. Long face. The game's going to kick off, but I'm going to carry on with this joke. The game's kicking off, but I was in the booth at Edmonton for all the World Cups, and I just started off, and I went like this. I'm like, I don't want to be here. I'm not into this. I'm not into this, Adam. I'm so not into this. I'm going to do my worst because I just don't want to be here. Now, it was all a joke, and I did that every game to just calm people down and get them not to care, not to worry, and to dismiss their nerves. And by the last game that I did at that World Cup, Glenn, the producer, okay, he knew which way this was going. I go into my little routine. I don't want to be here. I'm not into this. I don't want to be here. And Glenn clips my mic, and he's in my ear. And he says, Steve, and I'll show you how he did it. Look at the camera. He's like, Steve, I'm more into this than I should be. And we all creased up laughing. So that's how you dispel your nerves. I have no nerves. I never had nerves in front of 60,000, in front of 20,000, in front of 40,000. Never had nerves. Why? I couldn't tell you. I just don't have nerves. But that's how we dismissed our nerves if we had any people with nerves in the booth. And people would come in and watch our routine as how we got calm. That's how you do it. Flores with the quick pass now. Ball into the box, edge of the box. JD was winding up for the shot but couldn't get to it. Tunisia bringing the ball out. Canada coming back the other way. Edge of the box, tic-tac-toe. Edge of the box, cross comes in. Great cross. Tani has another effort. Go past him. He can't get on it. Tani Aliuasei, the nearly there guy. Bring on someone else just to see what they can do. Ball coming down the left wing now. Again, ball comes in. Far post, headed out by Tunisia. Dangerous header. Shot going way wide, ugly and over by Saliba. But yeah, calming the nerves. I don't want to be here. And I have that video. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to bring that video to show you. It's not the clearest video because it's 21 years old. But I have that video. I will bring you that video in one of the next coming up shows. My routine of how you dispel your nerves and you don't get nervy and you just don't care. You do care, really, but you're trying to just keep yourself calm. I don't want to be here. I'm really not into this. Well collected one more time. Canada coming back the other way. Jeffrey Perrin says, thanks for all the hard work, bro. Thank you, brother. I appreciate all the kind words. I really do. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Jeffrey Perrin liked and subscribed. Everybody else, if you haven't liked and you haven't subscribed, please do so. And remember, if you hit subscription, please hit notifications. And there's a hype button. Hit that hype. I beg of you, please look for the hype button and hit it. And start making this channel grow bigger. And let's get more people in this. And we are not monetized. We will never, never, never be asking for money. Ever. We will never be monetized. I will never ask to be paid for this. I do this out of love of the game and love of the channel, love of the family, love of the people we've got here. Flores over the top. Great cross. And well taken by Shamak. Miller was running in for the collection. But answering up again in the chat, I agree 100%. Flores needs to be Johnny Man in the middle. A central midfield playmaker. Jesse Marsh. Get a phone call. But that's where he needs to go. And we in the chat have been discussing this all match long. What's Jesse looking at? What is Jesse looking at? Miller on the ball now. A guy that's looking towards the end of his career with Canada, Kamal Miller. That's a few years. Does he come back to Canada after the World Cup? Ball going through, and that's not a challenge for Shamak. Nice, easy collection, and his lovely tangerine. Would you call that tangerine he's wearing? And again, Tunisia on the back line, and I'm sitting here with a fat cup of tea. Oh, yeah. And it's not 3 years old like the last one, because listen, when you're in the seat, you're not getting out of the seat. Your tea's going cold by the second, and it's going to go colder by the second, and very cold. Ball cleared by Maxime Croupeau, all the way down the line, and it's going all the way through. And I tell you, a lucky take, he will still get that. It's just going out. Just saves it. Amazing. Wow. And wins the throw-in off the back of that. Well done, Flores. Talk about ability and talk about attitude and commitment. Free kick. No, says the referee. Jonathan David flopped, but doesn't get anything from the ref. Free kick will blow it now. He will blow it now. So, Al-Usayi needs to come out. Let's get Al-Usayi out of the game. Quickly going to look for something. I want something right now. Canada soccer would be the easiest virtue. There we go, back onto it. 50 minutes gone, everything to play for. 0-0 so far. Canada coming back the other way, winning the 2-on-1 there. Going down the left wing, Richie Larea, Chippy Ricky, breaking into the box. Goes down the line, cuts back. And again, beats one, but he should have crossed instead of beating the man twice. Listen, Richie, you beat the guy once. What do you got to beat the guy twice for? School kids do that. Pass and move, fella. Nice interception by Tunisia, but again, Richie Larea should have just been going through. Free kick coming up. Joel Waterman can't believe that's been called, but it has. I'm looking at the lineups on the bench. You probably could see Osorio come in. I don't want to see Larin, but Larin could come in. Peppel's on the bench, but Russell Rowe as well is also a big option. Russell Rowe could come in and do the damage as well. Ball into the middle. As you can see, Tunisia getting closer, but not yet having that quality. Thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, nerves of steel. I guess some people are born with it, but I've never been one to panic. I'm the one that believes you should enjoy that moment of anxiety, stress, pressure, call it what you want. Breathe in, suck it in, and feel the tension and ride that out. That's something that winners can do. Free kick coming up again. That's a tough challenge. Maybe the yellow card's coming out, as indeed it does. Tunisia not happy with the physical play. And again, I'm going to draw back to it. We never used to pick up cards at the rate we're doing right now in Canada. That beams and literally screams at what your coach is telling you to get out there and do. We never used to card ourselves like this. And I'm saying card ourselves. We're literally picking up the cards for no good reason. Joel's taking a little breather. Love this one. Trouty McTrout. To be fair, Kyle Larin is a near-miss guy too. We're missing Promise David. I would bring him on if he were here. Absolutely. Kyle Larin's never really ever been my favourite, although he's scored spectacular amount of international goals considering the amount of games he's played. But yeah, interesting. Joel's up and walking, but yeah, promise David, bring him in. Kyle's a nearly there guy, or I would say a nearly is a miss guy too, yeah. A nearly there guy or a miss guy. Kyle Larin. Too many opportunities get given his way. And listen, half chances are there to score. If you miss every half chance, why be there? You got to put one of the ugly ones in. That's why ugly goals come along. You have to get the ugly goals in the back of the net as well. Jesse Marsh having a meltdown on the sideline. Take a look. It's knee on knee. It's knee on knee. It's knee on knee. Categorically, it is a foul, but it's not deliberate. And I guess the referee has made the right call, but not deliberate. Okay, Cornelius is coming on. Azorio's coming on. And Jevish is coming on as well. Tani is definitely, in my mind, one of the players to be coming off. I haven't seen anything from Jonathan David either. Let's be honest, there's too many games where Jonathan David just disappears. 55 minutes gone. Ball going along again. Dangerous play, but just makes it through. Tunisian number 2 picks up the ball, shoots down the line. But now it will be intercepted. Miller has the ball, not the best first touch, pushes down the line. Kone going down. 2-on-1 on him right now. Will be a free kick. I sometimes have a problem looking at these fouls, recognising the fouls at times. It just seems to me a lot of people are just flopping, looking for the foul. And honestly, that does make the linesman's job and the referee's job more difficult. But sometimes I'm looking at the way these guys go down. I was built and raised in the game that you stay on your feet as much as you can. Because as long as you're on the feet, you are in the game. And if the referee were not to call a decision that you think he may, you're still in the game. And if you go down on your feet, you're not in the game. So again, we're going down a little easy at times. I'll say it. Old footballers and old soccer players were made of steel compared to the pansy asses of today. That's about as plain as I could say it. And if you know Brian Clough, it's said in the true style and mannerism and sentiment of a Brian Clough. That guy taught me the game when I was a kid. Brian Clough. If you don't know who Brian Clough is, look it up. And Tani, the nearly there man, is leaving the field. There's one. We should have put someone else on from the start. Saliba's coming out as well. Jebuson's in and Azorio's coming on as well. .57 minutes gone. Plenty of time to go. 3 substitutes made for Canada. Will it change the flow? Flores now floats it in. On the edge of the box. Cleared one more time. Kone fighting for it. Gets it. Passes back to Richie. Richie's going backwards on a halfway line. Steadies. Takes a look. Comes back the other way down the left wing now. Canada at walking pace. Not a very clever ball by Jonathan David either again. Literally selling Kone short. There's no way Kone is going to get that ball under control. Trouchy but Trout brings out a really good point here, guys. Next window, is where we'll see an actual full squad. Lots of major pieces completely missing. Absolutely, absolutely. But you still recognise most of these players from the squad, and if you're in a national squad, you've got to be good enough to fill the slot. Jefferson coming over. Well claimed by Shamak. It's needed to go to the back post, but good showing from Jefferson, who's got shorter hair than you've seen in a while. But Shamak literally hasn't had too much to do so far. And I'm going to say the last two games have really not been thrillers for Canadian fans, apart from a couple of minutes where we have 2 penalties go in. But that's all we've had to look at and smile about in his last 2 matches. Or 239 minutes right now. Tunisia now moving forward on the edge of the line. Coming backwards now. Canada still going the other way. Halfway line. Jefferson taps off. Osorio picks up the ball. Moving down the right side. Cornelius, first touch of the game. Pushing Kamal Miller back the other way. Canada going down the left wing. All too tight. Maybe tickle ball over the top. Maybe a ball over the top is what you need, but not down the wing, down the middle. Nice tackle. Tunisia coming back the other way, winning the ball. But again, going back, beating 2, beating 3. Free kick coming up, and if it's not a free kick, it's a handball. A lot of complaints coming in at the referee right now. But he hasn't done a bad job. David Scaplin, all around southern Ontario, it's been raining hard. Natural rain or unbelievable rain? Maybe they need to wash those asses out of Ottawa. I think that's a good thing. Get them washed out of Ottawa. Get all those politicians buried in rain. Get them out of there. Ball going to the right side. You know I'm laughing. Ball to the right side. Tunisia goes past 1, goes past 2, into the box, crashing through. No foul, no foul, no foul. Well done by the linesman and the referee coming in and just quietening down. But take a second look. Take a second look. No foul. No foul. His own inertia takes him over. Well done for Chippy Ricky not getting too excited there. You know, that's a moment. David Scapling, Brian Clough, the Don Cherry of England. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Don Cherry. What a great guy. What a great guy Don Cherry is. Ball through the middle, not going to get there. I can't speak highly enough of Don Cherry. The way that the media and the okey-cokey wokey bastards in Canada put the knife to Don Cherry is something of an international, national disgrace. A guy that brought so much to the game of hockey in Canada and the States, and he gets done up for talking about the poppy, and you people, come on, grow some freaking skin. Grow some skin. Handball. There we go. Canada getting the ball. But yeah, Don Cherry. Love the guy. And yeah, Brian Clough, Don Cherry, they must have been blood brothers somehow because they were so in the same grain. Call it how it is. I'm sorry if you got a broken fingernail, but call it how it is. That's how it is. It's just call it how it is. Them that don't call it how it is, they don't tell you the truth. Listen to the guy that tells you the truth. Don Cherry, Brian Clough. Jose Mourinho is a slight bit like that, but not as severe. Ball coming cross, well intercepted by Tunisia. Moving the ball at pace out of defence now. Canada coming looking. Intercepting the ball, wanting to get something on the end of it. But Tunisia, very, very calm in defence. They've been calm all night long. Trout, is that Alumi playing for Tunisia? Jawohl, it is. Didn't he used to play for Team Canada like recently? Did recently. David Scaplin, that's why you play these friendlies. Evaluate what you have. Absolutely, bruv. Absolutely. Great points, Trouty. Great points, David Scaplin. A little of both. There you go. Fantastic. Canada might have moved into the 20s with a good result in the last match, but with this one being a draw, it's probably going to keep Egypt in 29 and us in 30. But I did say 2 years ago, watch Canada get closer into the 20 numbers in the FIFA rankings. They did the same to South Africa, who were horrendous at their own World Cup. Remember years ago? Yeah. Well, FIFA like to bump up and fluff up the numbers. I never trust FIFA rankings. Never enjoyed them ever. They're a guide, but they're not the book. And which FIFA boss would you like now? When you look back at Sepp Blatter and you look at infant-brained Infantino, which of the two is the worst? And why? Ball coming forward now. Tunisia moving it over halfway. Intercepted again. Osorio with the tackle, going out of play. Jeffrey Perrin, I grew up with John Cherry. You people, I tell you, just get out there and buy your damn puppy. I'm telling you right now. Don Cherry, fantastic guy. Don Cherry. I grew up in the 90s and the O's with him. And I'll tell you now, even though we're talking this game, Ron McLean, I always felt was a rat. I always felt he was a rat. Even before he did the rat trick on Don, I always felt he was a weak little man. A backstabber. I always felt he was. And when he did what he did to Don, I knew straight away he is. And he's the rat of Canada, in my book. And I've watched a lot of hockey. But when he did that to Donny, I knew he was a rat all along. Call a rat as soon as you can. And they won't come back. Tunisia on the edge of the box. Free kick. No free kick, unfortunately. You would have thought the referee might have given some love to Tunisia, but he didn't. David Scaplin. Blatter would never have kissed up to Trump like Infantino. 100%. 100%. You know what? I agree with you. Blatter did a way better job than this moron Infantino. He is killing the game. He's killing fans' entertainment. I've talked to fans around the world about VAR, etc. They don't want to jump up and down twice for a goal. They want to celebrate once, like they do in Sweden. Sweden, they said, you can keep the VAR. They don't want the VAR. Sweden fans, boom, categorically said, up yours, we're not having it. They don't have VAR. They have entertainment. They jump up once. They don't cheer twice. They live football, not PC, EFA, FIFA 2026, EA Sports, call it what you want. Throw in, coming up. Flores, active with the ball. It's going to be a very interesting World Cup, my friends. A very interesting World Cup. Again, do we see teams walk away? Do they follow suit with Iran? Is Infantino and the Trump team going to get more negativity towards the World Cup? Is it going to be the great show that we all know it would be normally? Or is it going to be a flatliner? Are people walking away now? Are they thinking about it? What are we building towards? I'll tell you what. The FIFA World Cup doesn't need wars going on. It needs peace going on. Canada coming back the other way, down the left wing. Again, that man Flores needs to wrap his foot around something and take a shot. Come on, Flores, go inside. You can't beat every man, son. Pass and move. Going down the line again. Chippy Ricky in the middle. Ball now, cleared again. Chippy Ricky gets on the end of it one more time. Wins it back for Canada. Ball now. Osorio slowly with the ball. Cornelius Back to Osorio. Tunisia, parking the bus. Ryan says they're just as bad as each other. Infantino, worse. Bingo. Absolutely. Tranny McTrout. Which of two absolutely horrible people is the worst? LOL. I'll go Sepp Blatter, I guess. Yeah, you go. See, Infantino, he's just a numbnut. No one likes him. Only Trump. Angus says, Infantino because he is mafia material. Mafiosa. Absolutely, mafiosa. Trouchet says, if they want to change venues, they're more than welcome at Commonwealth Stadium. Absolutely. Uzbekistan, coming in June. I'll see you there. Woody Windsor, Stevie, what do you think of Canadian Premier League trialling the Arsene Wenger daylight offside rule? I think it's a very interesting rule, but I think it's really searching that Canadian Premier League has been picked to do it. It's almost as if it's a political trial, if you know what I'm saying. Why haven't any other bigger leagues stepped up to take on that role? Do you know why? In my opinion, because VAR has done such a crap job, they don't want to take any responsibility in big leagues changing anything to do with VAR per se and offside rules. They are scared frantically because they've opened up Pandora's box a few years back with VAR, and now they're stuck. They are so stuck. And fans worldwide are so sick of VAR because they can't get it done. And I've said before, you look at the NHL, National Hockey League, you look at NFL, National Football League, when they go into the scenario of video replay, it's professional and it's swift. And they get the decisions right. You go to the EPL, it takes 5,000 years to get the decision out. And in the EPL, they've had 21 decisions categorically wrong that have cost teams points throughout the season. 21 games. So why have it in? I say the best football we ever saw on the planet was with the man in the middle. The man in the middle with the whistle and the cards and Nadiamenti. Nothing else. Those were the best refereeing situations ever. A human game run by humans. And we didn't mind the little mistakes not being perfect. It was part of the game. Now you've invited your PC to ruin the game. It's not a human game. It's like a game of robotics. So there you go. But the Arsene Wenger daylight offside rule, too much, in my opinion, credibility is given to Arsene Wenger for that, because if you go back into the earliest footballing times, offside was awarded when there was daylight. Here's your defender. There's the goal. Here's your forward. The forward moves in front of the defender. There's the daylight. My head. There's the daylight. Here's the forward. There's the defender. Forward goes past the defender. Daylight. He's offside. This VAR does stick together on the animals. It sticks together on the animals on the field. Doesn't it, Cabs? And they don't get it right. In you come, buddy. Yeah. So I think it's a good idea that they're playing it with a league, but it's showing, and it's very telling, that they choose a small league that's only 8 years old to trial that new system out. They're not doing it in the big leagues. Corner coming in. Again, headed out by Tunisia. Ball in the edge of the box. Free kick coming. No free kick. Canada still has the ball. Ball needs to go and switch sides, going to the left side. Does go to the left side. Man on tack. Coming down the line. Going into the box. No foul. I think he's going to get called for diving. Definitely a dive. Definitely a dive. Liam went down a little easy. Jesse Marsh, with the snicker and the arrogance on the side of the field, does nothing to keep the team in the game. There's a great point coming in from Woody. You're right. Blatter, Trouty says, Trouty McTrout says Blatter is banned from participating in soccer activities, so that's pretty bad. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And that's been for many, many years. But the way the game was evolving, I think Blatter was a better guy for the job. Infantino, I just can't stand the guy. You bring politics into my game, into your game, and you start crapping all over the game with your political friends, and you build these horrendous trophies called peace prizes. That's not football. That's got nothing to do with us. We don't do that. We stop wars with football. That's what we're famous for. Not making war. Stopping war. Blatter is banned, absolutely. Woody Windsor says, cricket is a great game for getting replays right. Absolutely. Absolutely. You see, sport is sport. So why can one sport make such a misery out of getting simple decisions right, yet all sports make the simple calls very quickly and very effectively? 4 subs coming in. Last 15 minutes, game is going to get very disjointed. And tell you what, not enjoying this game as much as I could be. The second game in an international window never always gives you the energy that you think you should collect. But don't forget, these guys are going back to their clubs very soon. But people are getting run-outs here. Last 15 minutes. It's been a bit of a snooze fest, to be honest with you. This match hasn't been the best of entertainment. Going back into the chats, you're right though, Woody. Woody Windsor says cricket is great for getting replays right. Ryan says just wait until they start getting AI involved. Oh my life. Why the need for AI everywhere? I mean, what the hell is that all about? I'm not a robot. I'm quite able to think for myself. I always have been. If these politicians want to be robots, then let them run their own little club. But let's fire their asses and get them out of power. And these people that want to bring AI into everything, listen, there's a place for it. And there's a good use for AI. But it has to be the right place. If you're talking creativity and things like that, absolutely. AI has a place. If you're making music, if you're making tracks, stuff like that, AI can help you. If it's about videos, it's about films, it can help you. But when it's about decision making and running a team and tactics and all the rest of stuff and running a match, no, I don't think that's the right place. Sparingly, not overly. But if they bring it into football, it'd be interesting how they do it. But I will tell you this, I watched the game in the early 70s, throughout the 80s, throughout the 90s, throughout the O's, throughout the 10s, and football was beautiful to watch up until the last 5 years ago. And in the last 3 years, it's just getting less and less entertainment, more and more whistles from the referee, more and more VAR referee at the halfway looking, changing decisions. And sometimes I've got to say, the people running the games, the referees, they should be ex-players so they understand the nuances, the bounce of the ball and how the game is played. Cabby agrees with that too. Don't you, buddy? Yeah. Yes, you do. Watch out, buddy. Watch out, buddy. There's plenty of space you can walk through. There you go. There you go, buddy. Little cabster. You doing okay? Yeah. Man down. Hoylett on the ground. .78 minutes gone, 12 minutes to go. Soon it will be over. And we'll get on to the next game. Next game coming up on this channel in 3 days' time is West Bromwich Albion from the Championship. And they're going to be playing Wrexham. They are. Big game for Wrexham. Can Wrexham make it 4 back-to-back promotions? I don't know. Maybe they can. I think it's going to be a tough call, but they may make it. But yeah, on Friday, West Bromwich Albion, Wrexham. The next match we do on the channel, Wrexham can get in the playoffs, can make a storm for it, But they're going to have to go strong in the last few matches. I think there's a great chance they can. Canada now with the corner. 11 minutes to go in this rather snooze-fest of a match. But many, many changes throughout the game. And who's happier with the 0-0 so far? That crowd, I should say, not those crowd. That crowd in behind the goal, literally waiting for something to happen. They are, buddy. They are. They're waiting for something to happen. Ball comes in. Far post goes out again. Should be another corner. It's a goal kick. Carl Miller can't believe why it's not a corner. And I'm thinking it's a corner too. What do you want, buddy? You can sit where you like, mates. You can sit where you like, Cubs. Big cup of tea coming down. I'm going to stick it there just in case Cabby wants to run out of here. Doesn't bang it over everywhere. Hey, fella. Yes. Are you going to give us some luck, Cabby? You see a goal coming? Can we get a goal? You're wearing the right shirt. You're wearing the black and white shirt. I mean, the spray paint's looking rather good on you. So, yeah. Cabby's got the new shirt. Why don't I buy him one? Get it cut up and make it cat size. That'd be funny. Ball down the line. Well headed out. Canada moving the ball forward. Kone now spins, turns. Has the ball through the middle. There you go, Cab. Yeah, you stay there. Good boy. Jefferson, nice play down the wing. Great ball. That's where it needs to go. Ali Ahmed, surrounded by players straight away. Gets the ball back, gives and goes. Takes the shots. And well gathered by Shamak in goal. Great save, eh? It was. It was a good save. Yeah. Good save, buddy. Keep watching the game. Bring us some luck. Bring us some luck, Cabsa. Bring us some luck. Going to read this one at Canada going forward on the edge of the box, lining up the shots, going well. Another gather from Shamak, lets it go down, bites another few seconds off the clock. Ryan says, just wait until they start getting involved. And then Angus says, prefer the non-perfect ref to VAR. Hopefully we do not have AI robots refs in the future. When they put referees on the future in the field, I will walk away from the game. I will not watch that shit. I will not watch it. There's certain things I'll stand for, but robots on the field, kiss my ass on that. I will not watch that shit. I will refuse it. I've seen football on how it's supposed to be played, and you guys too. And what they're doing to our football is what they're doing around the world to people in cities. They're limiting what they can do. This game has been limited to what it was. Too many people in bean-crushing positions want to change what we've got. And I don't want any more of that. I've had enough. It's starting to abuse the game, the way these officials upstairs are changing things. It literally is abusing the game, abusing the entertainment. And again, who wants to jump up and down twice to celebrate a goal that for 50 years, most people jumped up and down and shouted once? Cubby's in the house. There you go. Angus says, bet the MLS next will experiment with that form of offsides. It's, to me, going back with daylight rule, it's going back to what the offside was years ago. It's literally going back to what it was. It's admitting that you have a foul system in place. It's admitting that VAR is corrupting the game. And the VAR is corrupting the referees because nowadays you see the referees are becoming reliant on relying on the screen to make the decision that they could not make. Now, if you could not make that decision back in the day, you didn't call it. You played on. And that's the point. Where's the advantage rule going? You see it once or twice, but in the old game, it was effervescent. The ball kept moving. Canada going down the left wing. David Scapton says, Ryan_T, AI is something we will be regretting in a few years. We will be regretting it. Tunisia breaking the other way, 2-on-1. Mistake by Seeger. Clutching and grabbing all the way. And there's no one there to tap that ball in at the far side. Seeger literally lucky not to get the call. Canada winning the foul. Ryan says, 100% agree with what David just said. is something we will be regretting in a few years. That is AI. Angus McWorth, Angus McWorth says AI is the lazy way out. Correct. It is the lazy way out. It's also the lack of integrity in the game. It is corrupting the game. And it is ruining your entertainment. Junior Hoyler on the edge of the box now. Threads it through, but that's gone outside, and that's nothing going to happen there. It's nice to hear your feelings on the AI and on VAR and the things with football, guys. It's interesting. We all learn together from it, yeah? I have one opinion, but you have more. And when we share all of our opinions with everybody that watches and listens to the channel, more comes in. Another substitute coming on. 6 minutes to go. Tunisia putting on another couple of guys, maybe. Still with you guys, just bring something up here soon. Great point, Jeffrey. Great point. Ball over the top. Canada picking it up. Out of defence, luckily clearing the line. And Tunisia could have thought they might have got a goal there. But Canada picking up out of defence, coming the other way straight away with speed, going down the left side. 1-on-1 now. Looking for someone to assist, someone to pass to, someone to get the cross into. It's still alive. But Tunisia defend bravely. Jeffrey Perrin says instead of AI, maybe a second referee on the pitch. 100%. 100%. Get rid of the VAR room, which never should have been introduced ever, and put a second referee on, which was talked about decades ago, and no one liked it for some strange reason. But 2 referees, perfect. You have 2 referees in each half, which means both referees will be closer to each of their individual linesmen and get the calls even better. You don't have one referee far away from the linesman. 2 referees, 2 linesmen, perfect. If you want to go human, give yourself 2 referees, 2 linesmen, and a linesman or an official in behind the net. 5 officials. Ali going through, no foul, no foul, no foul. Ali thought he was going to get a foul there in the penalty area, but nothing doing. Goes down a little easy. But try 2 officials behind the net. They trialled it before a few years ago and pushed the idea away. Do you know why? Because VAR was brought in instead. Two minutes to go. Just 2 minutes to go. A game that should have kicked off and be finished 2 hours ago and is still going. Do Tunisia steal and grab the game? The Hail Mary now. Again, well repelled by Canada in defence. Up and under now on the edge of the box, coming to the left side. Just goes over the line. Canada-Uzbekistan is the next game, June the 1st, and then after that, June the 5th, is Canada and the Republic of Ireland, who unfortunately are not going to the World Cup. Didn't qualify in their playoff final. Or should I say semi-final, more to the point. Canada now, over the top, going down the right wing. Inside. Hoylett on the edge of the box. Passes off one more time. Canada keeping the ball. Osorio has it in his possession. Goes past 1, 2, 3. Into 4. Ball crosses in and well defended one more time. Taking too long to get that final ball threaded through. David Scarplin, looking forward to CPL starting up. What's your club, David? What's your club in the CPL? Corner now. Does it go to Canada? I think CPL, Canadian Premier League attendances will be down during the World Cup. And after the World Cup, I see Canadian Premier League attendances going back to where they were, normal numbers, by the time the World Cup starts to come around. So look for visuals in the CPL where the stadia looks quite empty. And I'll give you a clue. Cavalry FC, when you look across at the big green grandstand, look in the middle and look out wide. And remember this. Where are the empty seats? Is it out wide or is it in the middle? Where are the empty seats? At Cavalry FC, Atco Field. Big grandstand, the TV visual that you see every match. Where will the empty seats be? That's the question. But I am looking forward to it. Oh, hey, HFX, Halifax, Wanderers. Bloody great, mate. Bloody great. You got a new goalkeeper, Marco Carducci. How do you feel about that? And last season was good for Halifax. I'm looking for more things this year. Playoffs. Start upsetting some of the arrogant boys. Free kick coming up. And I tell you what, referee plays advantage. Tunisia going with speed. Yellow card coming out. Take a close look at this action here. Hoylett was the foul. I want you to take a look. Keep looking. Doesn't show it on this highlight reel. Doesn't show it at all. Yes, CPL is playing during the World Cup. What they're trying to do is also advertise big screens of the World Cup matches at home matches with all CPL clubs during the beginning of the World Cup. Corner, free kick coming in, far post, dangerous, headed out by Canada. Literally at the final whistle right now. Referee's definitely going to blow this. Tunisia intercepting. Canada can't defend very well. Losing possession. The referee should have blew it by now. Hasn't blown it. Keeps it going, and there you go. There you go. He blows it now. It's da-da-da-done, da-da-da-done, da-da-da-done. 0-0 on the night. 2-2 with the first game. 2 draws for Canada. Back-to-back at BMO Field. Blah. 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 It was a boring game. Boring game. Did we learn anything? Was there anything we learned on this match? I'm asking you seriously, did we learn anything on this match? I don't know that we did. But hey, we're into the post-game right now, guys. Bring your thoughts, and bring what you're thinking down in the chat. We're going to answer it right now. But again, did we get the entertainment out of this one? Were you entertained? 2 games back-to-back. Did we learn anything? I don't know that we learnt too much. We didn't have the full squad. But we didn't even really excite up front. Man of the match for Canada. Who was your man of the match for Canada? I've got mine written down. But who did you think played the best match for Canada throughout? That's what I'm asking you. Trouty McTrout says, what did we learn this match? That Canada is a passable team that can compete with mid but not good teams, 100%. He also says, we need our stars to start or we aren't a World Cup caliber team. And that's where I'm going with it. Ryan says, Flores looked good in... Just jumped on me again. The line is going. Flores looked good in the first start for Canada. But yeah, didn't learn very much from these two games. No, we didn't. And I think, to be honest with you, what we did learn is what you just exposed was Flores. He was the most exciting of all the players in both games. He had a little cameo in the first game and more time in this game. What he did do was very good. He didn't have the final pass off. But Jonathan David was invisible today. Tani Aliusei, bench him. Bench him. Literally, put him on the bench. I'd put Kyle Larin ahead of him, but promised David anytime ahead of him too. Flores is my man of the match. He was everywhere, it seemed, and that's what Ryan says, and that's what I'm saying. Flores for Canada is the man of the match, 100%. I agree with you, Ryan, and everybody else putting it in there, even in the emails right now coming in at fifascup@gmail.com. I'm looking at the trads right now. The trads is what's going on, traditions here. And we got one JD. Who voted JD? We got one for JD. 1, 2, 3, 4 Flores. Azorio gets one for coming in late. I like that. That's funny. But yeah, I'm going Flores for man of the match on his first major start. I think he did very well. I really did. And if he had to be put in a position, I'd want to put him central midfield so he can spray the ball left, spray the ball right, and keep Canada up the field and keep us up the field in possession. He's a tricky little player. He's an interesting little character. And I think, for my money, out of all the players that have introduced themselves in the last few matches as tryout situations, I think he's probably one of the most positive that's come our way. I would literally put him in from the start. Next match against Uzbekistan, then the match after against the Republic of Ireland, I'd put Flores in there for them two matches. I'd want him to push himself. I'd want to see what he could do, creativity, as a playmaker down the middle, not out wide. The point I was going to make earlier in the game with Flores is this. If you've got all that talent, you got the know-how, the brains how to get it done, then what good is it if you're stuck on the left edge of the field? You got the rest of the field that you're not going to execute in. You got half your body, left side, on the left side of the field. The right half of your body is not being used on the right side. Put him in the middle. He can go left, he can go right. He has a whole field in the middle to operate with, so he can slide a ball to the right, run around you to the left, get the ball as it goes past you, and a whole lot of creativity can come in. The brain is around. It's not cut in half. You're cutting half his brain off by sticking him on the wing. He needs to be in the middle. He needs to be in the middle every time. That's where I want to see him next match. And for Canada's sake, I've learned more about him than anybody else in the last game and a bit that he's put in for Canada. El Mexicano. Roja. The Red Mexican. That's what we need to call him. He needs to start playing for Canada. He shows more commitment, more enthusiasm, and more want to go through you with skill than anybody else. He's the kind of guy that if you trained down the middle, you'd find slide balls going through for Jonathan David just to run onto and tap past the keeper. We need to put our forwards in scoring slots. We don't need our forwards to be dropping around the ball all around the field to try and get in the game. I did mention that JD needs to drop off once in a while, touch it, then get back into the lineup up top straight away just to build that space and lose the marker. But you don't need to do that for 90 minutes. But Flores, yeah, get him going. Get him going in this team. Get him to be a playmaker in this team. Add the big numbers with this, and your team is better. Tea time, just a second. We're in the post-game, guys. Remember, like, subscribe, hit the chat, join the channel, and hit all notifications and the hype button. Find the hype button. I beg of you, find the hype button. Let's build this channel bigger and bigger and bigger for all of us. Absolutely. Trouchy McTrout says Flores was very exciting. David Scaplin says Miller or Flores. Yeah, Liam Miller played a decent game too. Absolutely. Absolutely. Normally unsung hero Liam. He put in a shift tonight. Very good performance. Ryan says Flores is my man. He was everywhere, it seemed. Absolutely. Absolutely. Trouty. Liam Miller for that game-saving block is the man of the match. There you go. Two guys that are coming in very close. David Scaplin says Flores and Stevie Eustachio in the middle. Yes. Yeah. Flores just in front. If they have to switch and go one behind each other, Stevie Eustachio's got to slide in behind and Flores has got to go forward. And Flores can do the creativity in front of Eustachio and Eustachio can back up the defensive behind him. And then we don't have the ball. Eustachio goes left, Flores goes right. Straight line. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah. David Scaplin, Flores and Stevie Eustachio in the middle. Also, have a good night from David Scaplin, he says. And everybody, let's wish David a good night. Thanks, Dave. Come back again, my man. Good to see you again. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the great points. Thanks for being part of the family. Thanks for liking, subscribing, and being here. Appreciate it. Seamus O'Leary. Hey, Seamus, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you. A little bit of a while. But I don't forget the good people on this channel. I got an elephant's memory. I do. Seamus says, just checking in. Yes, Flores looked good. There you go. There you go. Way to go, Seamus. Brilliant, son. Brilliant. Trouty McTrout. And I do love people's pictures. I'm a big Simpsons fan. The Simpsons. Haiti got the draw against Iceland today. By the way, they did. One apiece. Make that 2 draws back-to-back for Iceland or the Icelanders. As they do with their clap. That kind of clap. Seamus says, Canada did well to win balls, but lacked any creativity in the middle. What are the strikers doing? Good point. We have a few injuries going at the moment, and our top man, Jonathan David, he was a little invisible tonight. And I've said this a few times. He kind of disappears. Now, he got 2 penalties in the last match. That's great. But he disappears too often. At the 2022 World Cup, Jonathan David may well have not even bothered going. He was so non-effective for a big striker. He was not effective at all. So he needs to come through and produce against big teams. Moving forward, mark my words, he needs to come forward and literally execute against big teams. But yeah, creativity wasn't really too much going on tonight. You don't have Tajon Buchanan, who really does unearth some good creativity at times with the crosses and the silky give and goes and the rushing through you and the physical play. Oops a daisy, even if it costs him a red card. It did last game. But yes, the creativity wasn't quite there. And you have to say the team wasn't the first liners. But if you're in an international squad, you should be able to keep the level. If you're playing the same tactics, why not? Why not? Just saying. Canada did well to win balls. They did. They did well to win balls. But the creativity wasn't there. Seamus O'Leary says, hi, I'm in Japan, so it's noon here. Hey, it's Japan where you are? Well, I guess what? My son is in Japan right now. He's having a vacation. How about that? Yeah. And he's going to quite a few cities right through Japan, and he's been there 6 days. He's there for 16 days total. So, yeah. One of my own is in Happon. They say Happon in Germany, Japan. So there you go, Seamus. You're not alone. One of mine's in there with you. Woody Windsor says, thanks, Stevie. Thank you, Woody. Always, always, always. It's always good, my man. Next game's coming up is West Bromwich Albion taking on Wrexham on the weekend, Friday, April 3rd. Get in for that one because that's very important for Wrexham. Got to get points out of West Brom. Don't get points? Start sliding away from a playoff day. Just saying. Just saying. But yes. Seamus says, concerned for Jonathan David. Yep, me too. He should bounce back, but it's not been the best in Juve for him. He's still settling there, still trying to figure it out. And it's not been the best in the last couple of games, although he gets 2 penalties. So on the goal scoring situation, you think, well, he's got 2 goals. No. On shots on target, execution in front of net, he hasn't really got much at all in the last couple of games. Why? No service line. If you don't pass the ball in the right slots, it ain't going to happen. Which draws me back to Flores, man of the match tonight. And some are going with Flores. Some are not going with Flores. But with Flores tonight, he was the most active guy on the team for a newbie, for getting the ball into places which made Tunisia squirm a little, because with one little pass, it would all you have needed to put Jonathan David in on net for a slide ball into the net. Remember, JD, Jonathan David, doesn't need to be running into the corners. He needs to stay central. That ball's got to come to him. And just like the goal off the free kick he scored in Romania, where the ball came in from the angle, all JD did was got up, headed it on, into the corner. Put the ball where the forward just needs one touch to put it on net. As the momentum of the ball is coming in, you just redirect the power, inertia of the ball. It's basics. And some of the most simplest goals are some of the most beautiful goals to watch. I'm saying that right now. Staying in the chat, Ryan says, I think it's his lack of playing time at Juventus that's hurting him. It could well be. But not hitting the ground running when he got there is hurting him as well. If he'd have started with a bang of goals, he'd still be in that team. His confidence would be up and he'd be playing better. You also got to ask yourself, is he that caliber player? Is he a Juventus player? He was a Lille player, Lille Lush, and looked in the place. But is he a Juve player? And the other thing I'm going to add to that as well is sometimes you see players leave a average big club like Lille, not big, but average big, second tier, what you would say. And they go to Juve, a 1 tier, first tier, big club, and they don't quite hit the ground running. The pressure starts coming down on them. The fans are not happy with it. All the platforms are full of talk about this guy can't score. He's not going to do it. This is not the one. Why did we pick him up? What are we thinking? And then JD's side of it, he feels the dark cloud building, just like strikers do. If they don't score, that cloud builds and builds and builds. And all of a sudden, the self-esteem hits the tank. No confidence. Don't want to be here. Off form. Goals are not going in. Sitting on the bench. A big striker per se coming in off the bench into matches where if he was hitting form, he's starting. All these things add up. And for Jonathan David, everything I just said there applies to him. He needs goals. He needs to be in the game. And when you're not in form, you've got to build your form and get back in there. And that's JD. But yeah, I agree with you. It's his lack of time at Juventus. I'm telling you, Ryan, you're absolutely on the money. Jeffrey Perrin, Japan will do well in the World Cup. They will. I'm looking for Japan to do really well. You took out England 1-0 at Wembley. Not exactly an embarrassment. Not exactly a shock. But when you look at England's record over the qualification where they didn't get scored on, now they're getting scored on. The last 2 games, Uruguay, last game at Wembley, 1-1. This last game now at Wembley, after the Uruguay 1-1, a 1-0. England scores 1 goal, concedes 2 in 2 matches at Wembley. Prior to a World Cup, I think there's problems for England. Can you say egos? Yeah. That's the one thing that will do England no favour is the egos in that squad. It's going to ruin the profits. It's going to ruin the play. It'll ruin the day. But Japan will do well at the World Cup. Joseph and Fabiano. Hey, Joseph, how you doing, brother? Flores is a game changer. Yes. The middle is a natural spot for Flores. But Kone will get it because he is Marsh's boy. Kone needs to be on the sideline, on the bench, or on the wing. He's not a middle player at the international level. He needs to be out wide. Give him one side of the field to operate, either right or left. But in the middle, Stacchio, Flores, I'd go with that. On the right side of Flores, Tejon Buchanan. And if he comes back in and can play disciplined on the left wing, Alphonso Davies would be my left midfielder pushing down the wing, which then solidifies the defence to stay where it is. You haven't got to start chucking forward. Leave the guys with the speed. Davies, Buchanan, left wing, right wing, surge or cut in and shoot in front of the net. These are basic tactics. Basic tactics. I'm hoping Jesse can really get the best out of these guys. And if he doesn't, what kind of coach is he really? Is he a defensive coach? Or is he an offensive coach? Because right now, it looks like he's more of a defensive coach than an offensive coach. And when he started with Canada, remember pressing? Where's that gone? That soon fizzled out, didn't it? That major high press all the time, running around in groups of 3 across the field. That stopped too. I think at the end of the World Cup, it's time for Jesse Marsch maybe to move along and for Canada to get another coach in. I think sometimes you'll have a coach be in the job for a certain amount of time, 2 years, 2 años, 2 years, 2 años, 2 Jahre, 2 years, and players stop listening to you. They've heard everything you've said, they've seen everything you've done, and they're bored, and they stop listening to you. Right now, you can see Jesse Marsch is right on the edge of being on top of this team to the point where he's getting a few looks from players off the bench and a few looks off the players off the field. And those are not looks of confidence. Those are looks that the players are tired of this system, which they are in within, which in the last 6 matches has exposed 4 red cards. These little things will measure up when we get to June 12th and into the World Cup. But I've seen enough from Jesse Marsch, and I haven't seen an improvement in the last 7 to 8 matches. He's flatlining in my mind. He's not exciting this team. He's not exciting this nation. And he can't take critique. He can't take criticism from any side or any quarter. And if you're going to be a professional coach or a professional player, professional anything, you're going to have to be able to take critique, both negative and positive. And he doesn't seem to be able to take either. We need a human in charge of the lads, and we need to get them raised. So when we come back for the next 2 matches, summarising, Uzbekistan, Republic of Ireland, when we get them 2 teams, Montreal and Edmonton in June 1st, June 5th, get your tickets. Let's see what he does with the team there, because we are right on the cusp of a World Cup with days to go. And we will then be in those 2 matches where I will let you know something. We're so close to the World Cup that what kind of team do you think you're going to see? You're thinking you're going to see all the top liners, aren't you? Well, let me break it for you. You're not. With 2 matches, days to go before the World Cup kicks off. Let's face it, June 11th, June 12th is 11 days. June the 1st, in Edmonton, Uzbekistan. Okay, a couple of days later, June 5th, fly to Montreal. Then they play the Republic of Ireland. That's 7 days, just 7 days before Canada plays June 12th. Uzbekistan, Japan will be gone, and Bosnia-Herzegovina will be there waiting for us in Toronto. These next 2 games coming up, you won't see the top teams playing. You'll see a mixture of what you saw tonight. Maybe the final game of the Republic of Ireland, you'll see a top team. But the worry, the concern why you won't see all the top liners out there is because imagine this. You've had the Uzbekistan game go through, no problems. It finished a 2-2 thrilling game. Just go with that. And you got the final game before the World Cup in Montreal, Quebec. And Jonathan David breaks his leg. What do you think now? What would that do to our chances of getting out of the group? Does Jesse put the big players on for the final game? Is he possibly worried about injuries in the next 2 matches? Because it's after the regular season for all the players. So the only thing they've got to worry about now is getting on that starting 11 for Canada, getting in the squad for the World Cup for sure. But this, against Uzbekistan and against Ireland, we cannot afford injuries. So with that in mind, an experienced coach is not going to waste time worrying about injuries. He'll play a non-aggressive game, keep it out of troubled spots, keep it expansive, get on the ball but not close to the tackles, keep it clean, don't get stuck in, don't get injured. That's why you're going to see another format team in the Uzbekistan in Edmonton. I can't see the top line team pushing for 2 games. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical for a second of the day. Your first game, you need all your energy levels and all your top players fit, happy, hydrated, ready to go. That can't happen with 2 games prior to July or June 12th. There's certain things need to be in place. The first game, I'd play the B team. The second game, I'd get the full team out there. But I wouldn't ask them to go full bore. And unlike this match, where Jesse Marsch seems to be pushing these guys along on more of a physical battle than a skill battle than a tactical battle, he needs to start backing these guys away from the lunging tackles and the physicality. And again, I'm going to say it. If you drag 4 red cards out of any referees worldwide in 6 matches, it's not the players. It's a coaching directive. And that's what I'm saying. So come them games, don't expect to see everybody that you wanted, because it might just not happen. Going back into the chat to slide down to close down. But hey, thanks a lot, guys. Remember, like, subscribe, join the family, get in here again. Friday, West Bromwich Albion fans, get in here with Wrexham fans. And anybody who wants to get in here, get in there, because it's going to be a passion zone. Seamus says, Jeffrey Japan has to be a top dark horse. There you go. There you go. People are talking dark horse Japan already. And isn't it funny? My son was watching this game from Japan and he's still awake. It's lunchtime, baby. There you go. Seamus, good to hear from you. Ryan, yeah, he'd probably be better at mid-table Prem Club or similar. Yeah, exactly. It's exciting to watch Japan play. It really is. They are exciting. This is coming in from Jeffrey Perrin. Exciting team to watch. They are. Trouty says, awesome streams, man. Thanks so much. Good night, Steve and chat. Good night, Trouty. Good night, everybody that's getting away, getting back to bed, wherever you are. But remember, hit the like, hit the subscribe, get back in again. I will be doing big games at the World Cup. And I'm not choosing anybody apart from Canada. I'm choosing some of the big teams. And where I see a possible upset from a little team to a big team, I'm going to go for that too. So I'm going to cherry pick the World Cup games for us. We are going to watch the best of the games. I'm not being rude, but I don't want to watch a minnow at a World Cup. And I'm going to say a 32-team World Cup is better than a 48-team World Cup. And I need to see this happen in the future. Scrap qualification. Completely scrap qualification for the World Cup. Only the top 32 teams in FIFA rankings would qualify for a World Cup. All 32 teams would go into a ball and would be drawn after each other, one by one, into groups. Oh yeah. 8 groups of 4, as it should be. And they'd all be drawn one after the other into 4 groups. And there would be no seeding. And there would be groups with 4 juggernauts. And there would be groups with 4 minnows. Because come the knockout round, we would have an unbiased draw where nobody of big stature gets treated with kid gloves. Everybody gets treated with the same malicious draw. And then you want to say, well, how do you qualify then? Just the top 32 teams in FIFA? Absolutely. And you know what that would do? There would be no more friendly games. War would be war. Absolute warfare on the field. No qualification. And your matches against international teams in the international windows would continue. But whatever you did in them matches would slot you in and out of the rankings. And there would be a limitation to how far the rankings would go before they were drawn. And then the top 32 teams, like I say, no seeding, no nada, in the hat, 8 groups of 4. Get away from qualification, play less games, and make every game worth something valuable. There's too many games where the ball's kicked around now that it's literally not worth anything. And the money that football drags out of this by promoting matches in every city, it's making enough anyway. But get rid of qualification, top 32 teams go in, draw out of the hat, 8 straight groups, straight into the knockout, no seedings, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang, boom. And you would see somebody getting into the quarterfinals that would never have got there before. You would see a World Cup that was so open and so freely open that no one was getting any biased treatment or anybody was being helped along to the finals like the big clubs always get their love from FIFA, okay? Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Back into the chat, guys. Jeffrey Perrin says, good night to Trouty. Seamus O'Leary, I can understand the critique of Jesse, but at the same time, Canada is missing some quality players. Yes, so I'll cut him some slack there. You can cut him some slack, for sure. You can. That's totally cool. I totally get that. I totally buy that. But I'm talking over the duration of the last 8 to 10 games. I saw him come in, but recently I haven't seen anything from the team really that's going to help this team solidify itself for the first game against Bosnia-Herzegovina. We've been playing too many friendlies and we've been playing too many weak lineups. I just think we're losing track on where we need to be. I think we need to be oiled, need to be coming into peak form. I said this last year, the next 7 or 8 games, we need to build the peak form so that we arrive at the World Cup in peak form. We are not going to make that. We're not going to make that. I think that right now we're looking a bit disjointed with all the big parts we've got. And yes, they can come still and provide and still make a difference and give the quality on the day. But I think we're slipping behind where we were. And I think all these games that we're using to utilise and test out people, fine, you've got to do that. But I want to see as much of the starting lineup that you're thinking of going with Jesse Marsh on that first day, June 12th. I want to see more of those guys in there. More of those guys. Gel. Get together. And play those blind balls without seeing each other. It all happens when you're playing on the field all the time. Just saying. But great point, great point, great point. Also, says thanks for the shout out. No worries, my brother. No worries. And hope your son has a good time. He does. He does. I'm in touch. I'm in touch. John. My boy's name's John. And yeah, he flew out there. He's loving it. And he's even thinking about moving there. Yeah. And you know what they say? Go where you love. So, hey, that's what he's saying. But anyway, guys, on the night, I'm slowly going to close this down. 2 matches, back to back. We didn't lose. We got 2 draws at BMO Field. Decent crowds, I got to say, decent crowds. The attendance was decent. Nobody really in the grey seats. Maybe they'll be sold at the next event. I don't hate grey seats. I was literally just showing you what the stadium at BMO Field would look like if it was just red seats. I don't care if they're grey, because people are going to fill them and you won't see them. But the advantageous part about having red seats is just this, and only this. If you don't have a sellout at BMO Field at the World Cup, you're going to have red seats visible, and that's wonderful. Because what you're looking at is a mixture of people sitting in the seats and people not sitting in the seats. But from a visual distance, those red seats, camouflage with people in between them, look like it might be wearing a red shirt. So it looks more filled than it does. Let's per se think that the 3 matches to start the World Cup in Canada are not sellouts. The first one in BMO Field, grey seats at the far end of the building. If they were red and that was half to 3/4 filled with people, it wouldn't look so bad. It would look filled out. And that's where I'm coming from the visual attendance look. But if you've got nothing but grey seats there, which we have, and it doesn't get sold out because it's too expensive, then it won't have the same visual appearance that I'm looking for a World Cup. Because at a World Cup, every seat needs to be sold. It's a World Cup. It should be special. You're putting on a World Cup, there should be no empty seats. And if there are, you have to start asking questions. Why? Is it just the price? Is it distance? Is it what's going on in around the world? There's a few things to ask yourself with that situation. But with the colours, all I'm saying is if it doesn't sell out, the red camouflages the empty spots better. And I think that's really what I'd love you to understand where I'm coming from, is that red unused seats in amongst the crowd still look like there's probably someone sitting there. The grey seat, it's definitely empty. That's all I'm saying. Guys, thank you very much. It's been a blast. I've loved every comment coming through on the chat. You bring it every time. You're totally with it all the time. So thank you, everybody. Literally, can't get enough of this. And please remember to like before you leave, subscribe before you go, and hit the notifications with the hype button. Go find that hype button. Let's start leaning on YouTube. Let's start showing them where a decent group of people are, a wonderful family of people who love football, get together. Hit that hype button and the notifications. Do us all a favour. Everybody, get on your way. Have another great week. Remember, on the weekend it's coming up. West Bromwich Albion from the Hawthorns welcome in Wrexham AFC, the Red Dragons from Wales. And the Red Dragons under Ryan and Rob, or as I say, Sir Ryan, Sir Rob, looking for 3 more points, looking to stay in the playoffs, looking to get in the playoffs. And who knows what's going to happen. And I'm not going to tempt fate. You know I don't do that. But thanks for being here. Literally, it's been an absolute blast. I'm getting ready for my next Red game. The last Red game was this one. Wales lost recently. That was a bad one. Canada, another Red game. They got a draw. Now I'm going with Wrexham, another Red team. It's always red with this guy. Always a good time. Come back again Friday, and I'll tell you another story about what's going. But Jeffrey Perrin says good night, and thank you, my friend. Thank you, everybody, really. Make sure you're safe. Make sure you have a great week. Make sure you get back. But again, thanks for being here. You make this what it is. Thank you. Mille gracias. Muchísimas gracias.